Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the online edition of the Influence Now Communication Conclave, an initiative of Reputation Today and Comms News. This conclave is presented by Clan Connect and is powered by Ants Digital. My name is Anubhuti Mathur. I am the content director at the Promise Foundation, which runs Reputation Today and Comms News, besides hosting events like these and including Praxis and Spectra. I will take you through the sessions for today. This conclave is an endeavor to engage communications professionals like yourself to interact on various aspects of reputation and communication. Today, we will focus upon the future of influencer campaigns, the influencer brand engagement ecosystem, types of influencers, and how to engage with them, among other topics. This conclave is put together by two professionals who are in full-time day jobs at leading PR firms. They have helped put this together as volunteers. We'd like to acknowledge their support. Thank you, Garima Sharma and Ajit Pai. Before we begin, we'd like to thank our partners, Clan Connect and Ants Digital. We would also like to thank the team at VirtuBlitz for this unique conclave platform, which we are all on today. In case you're posting on social media, the hashtag for the conclave is hashtag INCC2022. In case you want to catch these 5 sessions later, subscribe to and visit our YouTube channel at bit.ly/RT-on-YT. Without further ado, let's head straight to the first panel discussion of the day. Joining us for a discussion on influencer marketing, where is it going, are panelists Abhilasha Padi, co-founder and joint managing director at ATDB Communications, Amit Sharma, DGM and Head of Corporate Communications at Havells India, Regal Ranjan, Senior Vice President at Value 360 Communications, Rakshit Bharadwaj, Head of Digital at Kaizen, and Shoaib Sheikh, Director and Head of Content at Ideosphere Consulting. Moderating the panel today is Ajit Pai, Group Head at AdFactors PR. Over to you now, Ajit, to steer the conversation ahead.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Anubhuti. I hope I'm audible. Thank you. I want to take this time I want to also use this opportunity to thank Reputation Today for giving us an opportunity to come on a platform and discuss the most interesting subject of our times, that is influencers and influencer marketing. So without further delay, I would like to set context for a couple of minutes by talking. I mean, when I was given this subject, I was quite intrigued, and it gave me an opportunity again to do a bit of research. I spoke to a few PR professionals, I spoke to a few marketing professionals as well. And it is true, that influencer engagement or influencer marketing is something that we can't avoid, because as world moves digital, it is very important to understand what they think, how they act, how they post and complete. I think it's very important for every communication professional today to understand this ecosystem. Because we live in a world where the arc of influence has today moved beyond traditional media, and most of the panelists, would agree with me, because we have seen two worlds. When we started our career, we saw a time where, the traditional media was at the thick of things. And today we are just seeing, how traditional media is also adapting to the hybrid model, and, and online is becoming a big game, is becoming a big play for them. And also, interestingly, there was a Group M report which also spoke about influencer marketing industry is now currently valued at 900 crores, and is projected to go at a compounded growth rate of 25% till 2025. And I'm sure 25% is just at the tip of the iceberg. I'm sure it's going to be more than that. And it has created an industry of its own, and there are today full-time agencies and, content creators at across genres who are now taken influencer marketing as one of the mainstream offerings that they have. And at one end, we are seeing newsrooms are shrinking, and on consumers are snacking content on smartphones, and world is moving or pivoting more and more towards digital. So what we are going to do in this discussion is, we want to kind of deep delve into this influencer marketing, and what are the existing gaps, challenges, opportunities, purely from the lens of public relations, and because we are all part of it at the end of the day. So let me start. So I would like to start this discussion with a key opening question for all my panelists here. And the big debate, in the PR industry today is the earned versus paid influence. Because, whenever I go for client meetings, and I'm sure that when you PR professionals, also comms professionals, also deal with your PR firms, these questions do come up, these topics do come up. So as brand custodians, the challenge for each one of us is, to separate marketing from the influence. So I would like to get opening remarks from each of my panelists. Maybe I'll start with Abhilasha Padi.
Thanks, Ajit. That I think goes with the name starting with an A and a B to go first every time. So, having said that, I think more than a challenge, I think it's an opportunity for PR, for marketing to come together and put together a robust communication outreach when it comes to marketing versus influence. And we've seen that over the years, influence engagement has become very powerful. It's a very powerful method of extending brand messaging and also enhancing brand reach. And if you go back to traditional marketing as well, influence was a very important part of the marketing funnel, especially when you're trying to generate interest. So instead of saying this as a challenge, I think it's a joint journey that both marketing and influencer marketing need to take together. And when it comes to earned and paid, I think there can be clear demarcation. Earned influence versus paid influence. Earned influence primarily being PR. And over the years, PR has successfully demarcated the areas that we want to be in. But when it goes to influencer marketing, I think both PR, influencer marketing, and marketing have the same roots. It's the traditional route of storytelling, basis of identifying your target audience, going out with the right kind of messaging. And I think all three of these together is what the future is going to be like. And I think there's a whole lot of merit in comms professionals coming together and ideating in an integrated manner, instead of talking about how we want to demarcate the three. Because any campaign that we do today, any campaign that we look at today, does have all elements. You cannot do a PR campaign without thinking about a social or an influencer element anymore. So yeah, my what my thoughts are on this is the fact that it's a joint approach, an integrated approach that we need to look at as comms professionals.
Thanks, Abhilasha. Very interesting. Amit, over to you. Sorry, you're on mute.
Thanks, Ajit. And I take forward from what Abhilasha said.
Yes.
I fully agree with Abhilasha that yes, there has to be an integrated approach. But having said so, I firmly believe when we talk about influencer marketing, it is basically they tend to talk about more on the product aspect rather than uh, taking the route which PR normally takes. On the I come on the credential aspects of it. PR is far more credible because as currently what you see right now, what is going on there, too many people on the influencer marketing domain. Anybody and everybody can become an influencer nowadays. You try to gather something, and yes, that's how micro influencers come into picture, right? We tend to use them, but having said so, there has to be in down the line, you will see that there will be some sort of credibility will come with all these micro influencers and influencers, and then you can actually use them to take forward the brand messaging which you are talking about, or normally brands to talk about. They will become an extension of brand personification, right? If correct me if I'm not wrong. Like for example, we normally use lots of heroes and heroines in for our brand Loyal. Down south, we have four or five different heroes which we normally take for our communication strategy. But talking about from the product perspective, what kind of an information do these guys do have besides the agenda that yes, they can actually take my brand to a last mile syndrome. But having said so, when I want to buy an AC, I would like to look a communication or some sort of an explanation from a person who's far more knowledgeable in that subject. So I would certainly look for a person who has that kind of a influencing aspect in that particular scenario. So that's my part to say, Ajit.
Yeah, you made a very interesting point about the last mile, journey that the influencers bring to the table. Very interesting. I'm sure we are going to have more discussion on this as we move along. Regal, you want to add?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Ajit. I think the on versus influence discussion is quite relevant today if we look at the ecosystem today, especially from the PR perspective. We all know that we are in a constantly evolving world, and the last couple of years, if we see, things have changed for us, the way we work, the way we consume content, and so is looking at marketing at an overall level. And I was also reading the data which shows that the country saw an exponential rise in social media influencers, uh, ad based revenue, which is close to 46%. The numbers are huge, and how the traditional modes of advertising, they are seeing a slump. So we all know, and we figured out also where the trends are heading, and where the market is moving. So I feel both the platforms are interesting if we look at from a distance, and they have different ROIs. In on, it's more about storytelling. It's about credibility, endorsement, which sometimes comes when a brand has spent a certain amount of time in the market, and as the brand evolves. But if I look at from the lens of influence, then undoubtedly it gives a brand an immediate visibility, and sometimes if the target is sales, then those conversions also takes place. So for me, it's not earned versus influencer, but a combination of both is what I feel that it works well in the current times. And today, if we look at not only the established brands but also startups, in the recent past last couple of years, looking at the number of startups doubling in 2021. Every 10 days a new unicorn is born. So in this kind of ecosystem, definitely D2C brands, they are using influencers like never before. And for us as brand custodians, I would say it's challenging to separate marketing from influence,
Right.
but integrated is definitely the need of the hour.
Yeah. I agree with you. I think startups are also using influencers beyond customer reach. I mean, they're also using it for employer branding as well. Various facets where reputation is involved. So that's an interesting input. So Rakshit, maybe it's
Okay.
you want
Sure.
to throw some light on
Yeah.
how can we separate influencer and marketing.
When I look at influencer marketing, and as all the panelists have spoken about, is actually it goes together. There's nothing earned in paid influence. They are hand in hand. And what you see is with the advent of so much of influencer marketing happening over the last 2 years, the landscape is yet to change a lot, especially if you read about how the government is working out towards it. The communication, the act which was stationed in 2019, which will actually put influencer marketing primarily into earning and GST. So that will also be a game changer. How the influencer marketing is going to evolve, how the content. So they are primarily, and what are influencer marketing? They are primarily content generators. Now, how does a consumer, if you're looking from a consumer's lens as a marketeer, they don't know what is real and what is not real. So that demarcation is yet to happen. And that is what is going to disrupt the market a lot. Because, one will have to, a consumer will be able to see what is paid and what is earned. So there you will see a very clear demarcation. Well, right now it's pretty ambiguous. Uh, because every single company has jumped into this bandwagon of running after influencers, getting you no matter where you go. So you do not know who's the real one and who's the earned one, who's the paid one. So I think so. A lot of it has been covered. I see that as a game changer, which I'm looking. I see maybe another year or two. There's a lot more on the table.
Agree with you, Rakshit. Shoaib.
Hi, Ajit. Thanks for
Hi.
having us. Good afternoon, everybody. Fantastic points made by the panelists.
Yes.
Ajit, I have a data-driven answer for you. So we recently helped a Singapore-based client called Inca, who's an influencer intelligence platform, compile a trends report, and I'm banking on some of these absolutely mind-boggling numbers that came our way because you started off by speaking about a CAGR of 25%. Like you rightly said, I think it's just the tip of the iceberg that is visible right now. I think most brands are, in fact, the report that was compiled interviewed more than 50 top brand managers in this country alone, right? And 100% of them agreed that they were going to see a massive spike in the influencer marketing budgets this year, which tells you about the seriousness of how the industry and in which direction it is moving, right? Just to throw some numbers to open up, this conversation a little bit more. India has about, even by the most conservative estimates, more than 500 million digital natives, people who have got access to smartphones, are spending time on social media. A survey showed that um, the average time the average Indian spent online every day was more than 2.2 hours, and about 70% of them replied in the affirmative that they follow at least one influencer, right?
Yeah.
And that just tells you what is the potential of this market opening up for us. The brand managers interestingly pointed out that the post that an influencer makes versus a traditional brand post sees about 4x more engagement, right? And this is going to create a huge change of benchmarks, I feel, in measurement as well, right? I think that's a very, very important point for us to consider as PR professionals. I know it's an age-old saying about, measuring the impact of PR and how we've traditionally struggled around that part, maybe been a little bit of a laggard when it comes to other traditional marketing domains like digital performance, performance-based marketing. But I think the ROI measurement of influencer marketing is absolutely going to be a game changer for us. Um, Abhilasha mentioned a very, very good point about the credibility side of things. And, our hypothesis is that the reason why influencers connect better is essentially because of that credibility that they have built with their audience over so many weeks and months and years, right? Because you're not seen as a brand custodian, you're seen more as as an influencer, seen part of the people side, the consumer side. I feel that's a very, very good area for PR folk to take the lead, because traditionally I see ourselves more of brand and message custodians, because we set narratives which are more longer in nature, more long term in nature. They come directly from brand leadership, and positioning the brand in a holistic way has traditionally been the bastion of PR, right? And because that flows so naturally on the influencer side, I think for us it should maybe stop being the question of earn versus paid, but more in terms of talking ROI and reach. I feel that technology also is going to play a huge role in setting the tone for influencer marketing. Till today, we've seen brands take ad hoc steps, do one-off campaigns. I think with technology platforms coming in, which can really show audience segmentation, bucketing, the type of profiling that you can do, and actual reach numbers that influencers claim on various social media platforms. I think by jumping into a mix of the numbers, the hard driven numbers, as well as the emotive side or emotive quotient of the brand message, combining those two creates the right approach for comms professionals. So that's my 2 cents.
Wow. Very interesting. Thanks, Shoaib. And I mean, the subject is so interesting, and given that the wide and depth that the panelists bring to this table, I would like to get into our next segment, which is getting understanding point of view from each one of you, given the experience that you bring to the table. So I'm going to start with Amit, and you work for India's largest consumer brand now, and it's almost been a decade. So, like how I mentioned earlier, you have seen probably two worlds. So, what has changed in influencer marketing since then to now?
Uh, See, it's more than a decade now. What I have seen, the kind of an influencer marketing which we were involved, or mostly larger brands were involved, were extension of electronic advertising into the internet or social marketing space in the earlier days, right? They used to come up with an ad, they used to float that ad into the Facebooks, Instas of the world, Twitters of the world, so and so forth, without having any proper strategy to it, more or less. But now, if you see, so as I was talking to you about, most of the companies in last 2 3 years, which you would have seen, thanks to pandemic, because most of the people have been glued onto the either onto the smartphones or onto the laptops, so and so forth. There has been sea of a change. There has been sea of a change when it talks about how you want to capture your target audience. The kind of a target audience which we have, or my company has, is 30 plus and 20 plus, depending upon verticals. That's what I'm talking about. When I talk about verticals, I have a vertical which is personal grooming, PNG, which starts from 18 onwards, so and so forth. So where will you find these guys hooked up to? You will find these guys on Instas and Facebooks of the world. I can advertise on electronic, I can go over brand personification, so and so forth. But if I need to make them understand about the extra value proposition which my product brings on table to the well settled competition out there, I need to have a strategy and I need to have a channel which these guys normally see, right? So you would see most of the advertising, or not, I should not say advertising, or a communication from the aspect of our vertical personal grooming happens on social media, wherein we tend to have people, uh, we we use very effectively micro influencers. As I was talking to you about last mile connectivity, right? You would be amazed to know the kind of a sales which actually get generated during pandemic was far more from the smaller towns than the larger towns for us. So from where am I getting all these feeds? Something like a trimmer. My trimmer microfinance was hit in Patiala. Can you imagine something which is totally? I'm not trying to get into a thing stating that means religions and all that. But having said so, Patiala and Punjab using trimmer, amazing. That means there is a latent demand out there. People need to see how to reach those consumers. The use may be different, how they're using it, uh, you know that's one part to it. So using the micro influencer, using the platforms, devising the strategy according to the platforms is the need of the hour. And rightly pointed out by everyone on the panel is that right now it is a boom, as Rakshit said, that there are so many people right now that there has to be a funneling of people at the end of a day. Who are the influencers? We need to figure out. You know, technical Guruji is an influencer. What kind of a background does he has? Or Vivek Makhani. His name is Vivek Makhani. I don't know.
Rajiv Makni.
Rajiv
Sorry,
Malik.
Rajiv Makhani, right?
Rajiv.
So he brings in lots of paid content also, right? So if you see, so he has been quite a hit with Amazon. He creates those short videos which are hit in Amazon. What particularly I find irritating in most of the influencer things is they try to actually force the product onto the consumer who's seeing it. So my point is that whatever story you are building in, it has to be gelled with the content. The content is still the king. How you want to project it. And the other thing is that the time frame durations. I believe every one of us will agree that 30 seconds rule should apply. We can't see an ad for a minute or any explanation for a minute or so and so forth. If I can get those pointers about those products in a crisp way in 30 seconds, nothing less, I will certainly see the enhanced version if he has, or I will make my own decision whether to buy a product or not a product. So that's what we have seen. Then again, coming back to the other aspect which I'm talking about, 30 plus one, that my company is into products which are basically, when you are thinking of renovating home or building a new home, anything you talk about, you will come to us at the end of a day. Wire, cables, switches, lights, so and so forth. Having said so, you need to engage right set of people as an influencers out here. People, if you ask me out of the box idea, I actually have lot many fights with my internal stakeholders. Why don't we take people from NIFTs and other places and make them as a part-time influencer for us, because he can make you understand what kind of a light will suits you in your kind of a scenario. I have a software where you can actually download it onto your phones, and you can see. You can take a photograph of your home, and you can see what kind of a light will have what kind of an effect. So my point is that you need to stitch together those people and stitch together uh, the technology and other aspects to make a complete strategy. Otherwise, yes, as Rakshit rightly said, so that it will take a year or two, that when people will become serious about this thing, and then these things will start running on their own.
No, no, you made a very valid point there. And, just to kind of further understand now, marketers do have this famous model of creating the purchase funnel journey. And do you see, where you see your marketing teams or you get involved in selecting those kinds of influencers at each stage of the purchase funnel?
I would say yes and no, both.
Huh.
Right? I have my points. Why? Because at this point of time, you would see that the influencers which are available in market, you know, they will not lead you to a final purchase agreement, final purchasing of the product. But yes, if they are able to tell you in detail about what the product endpoints are, extra value propositions, so then the sale will happen. And yes, we have seen, as I rightly as I've told to you, that in Patiala we have seen a sudden jump. We have seen a sudden jump of shavers and electric shavers and trimmers and other things, in smaller part of towns, wherein we have used micro influencers quite
Yeah.
effectively as far as Assam. So, and going bilingual, that also plays a very big role. You can't be a Hindi, you can't be, this nation is 54 dialects, 54 languages and 104 dialects. So you cannot be sticking to only one particular set. So it depends upon how you want to actually portray, and what sort of a creativity you can actually develop your product with, I would say.
Completely agree. Thanks, Amit. And that was from, a PR professional who's worked with consumer brands, and it's very interesting point of view. Now let's go to Regal, and she's from my side of the world of the PR consultancy. So Regal, you spent a lot of time, right, on this in this role, and you would agree with me. But often when we go for client meetings or when we have those discussions with the clients, they separate the influencer from, or they separate us, the consultancy from the influencer engagement activities, because they expect us to get them more earned media. Now, do you see a change in this norm, and are PR consultancies and the clients more open to plan, curate, and execute campaigns through influencers?
Yeah. Ajit, I would say that PR agencies today, they are the shapers of brand stories. So our job is not only to get, X amount of stories for the brands, but also, much more than that. Basically, ours is a place, if I see, then where internal brand perception and external market overview collides. So, which is a very interesting position, and we create stories, and those stories give a reason to the audience, I would say, to love the brand. And if these storylines are strong, then they are a part of a good communication program, in fact a base of a good communication program. And today I feel that PR agencies are highly equipped with the fact that how and who can give wings to these flights, whether it's journalists, new age mediums, or for that matter influencers. So definitely PR agencies are open to curate and execute influencer campaigns at length. And one of the examples I would like to cite, that not even a single agency today is operating in PR silos. They have their digital, creative, or for that matter, influencer marketing wings. And looking at from the client side, slowly we've witnessed that it's all about the confidence in the PR team, which leads to giving the influencer mandate as well. So sometimes what brands do, they start with a project, and if it's executed well, then definitely there's no looking back. But from agency side, it's all about capability development for seamless execution, and it is working well for those firms who have experts, and those experts who know how to collate and use data in this influencer ecosystem, because that has become very very pertinent today. And how to draft those messaging drawing boards in the influencer marketing space, and along with this also offer campaign ideas, innovative campaign ideas, which can create at an overall level, I would say, a wow factor.
No, I completely get that, and I think the word integrated has been, been part of this conversation, and PR consultancies are making that effort now, to break the norm and break that ice, which, where they want more and more influence engagement to come into play. So, which leads me to another question: do you think consultancies are investing enough to skill the existing workforce, or do you think it's time to build a separate, a unit to, or to build a science of influencer engagement? I mean, what could be your views there?
So I feel that at an overall level, a well thought narrative in terms of what the end goal is, or what are we trying to achieve, in terms of outcome for the clients, that would decide the right approach. And if
Mm.
I look at skilling, then definitely that is one part which all the agencies they are taking it seriously, in today's time, and hiring specialists as part of the bigger teams who can deliver buck for the bank for the clients specifically. And the PR professionals can upgrade themselves, or we can have those specialists who can be a part of the larger team, wherein it can be work in sync, and we can deliver to clients and brands according to their asks.
Yeah, good one. Thanks, Regal. Rakshit, you have spent a lot of time now in marketing role throughout your career, and I'm sure you've driven a lot of market influencer driven led campaigns as well. So there's a growing trend of regional influencers and micro influencers as well. So how are marketers tapping into this audience? The regional influencers, the micro influencers. Are they seen more real and connected in motivating to drive their audience?
So, Ajif, to come to this, we have actually seen that there's a trend where you are moving more towards micro and the regional influencers. And the fact of the matter is that they are seen not only real, but they are very connected. Though we've seen that macro influencers, they might have 1 million followers or 2 million followers, they might get the reach, but people still don't are not convinced because they see it as another promotional activity. In earlier days, we would see advertisement, you see an ad. So this is reaching a tipping point where people start seeing it as an he's another brand ambassador who's pushing a product.
Yeah.
So in that case, what we've seen in fact, when one of I can give you an example of one of our clients where we are targeted towards rural part of the country. There, we've seen that influencers with not I won't even call him an influencer rather. Barely has 500 followers, but the kind of reach that person could get us was phenomenal because he was totally rooted and connected to the target audience. So in this case, what the science actually changes, the algorithm which or things which we have been using, that number of influencers or followers a person has actually builds you the number. No, it doesn't work that way at all. It is what kind of engagement you can get. In this case, this person alone with just 500 followers got us that kind of reach which we are looking at, because he was rooted and people actually followed. He had what, almost around 5,000 to 8,000 views, but that 5,000 to 8,000 were relevant. I'm not looking at 10,000 views or a million views, but those 5,000 were relevant, which impacted the growth of that product. So when you're looking into various parts, what we see is, as I said, that in the next 2 years there's going to be a lot of evolution. This is just the starting point where we will see that there's a separation between real and the paid one. We've seen, so even in the regional part, you see there are almost over 210 million influencers ready to be tapped. They haven't been tapped. That's a number which Reeds here has shared, and it's only about India. Second, what we've seen is we've seen a lot, as Amit very rightly said, vernacular is going to be a key part. Because what happens is, when you're trying to reach a particular audience, they're not interested in English or Hindi. I want to know my language. I want to know from my people. So that is definitely is the next step. And how do you do that? How do you curate the content? Right now, there's too much of curation of content. There's too much of customization of content. Users users are not fools. They know what is real. To a great extent, the content has been tailored to them. So it has to start moving naturally. So as I said, I see it very clearly in the next 2 years. There's going to be a disruption in this area. Natural flow of content will come in. Natural, real influencers will play as a game changer, rather than what is happening right now.
Yeah.
So I see they're going to play a major, big role.
Sure, Akshit. And I think, given that now it's an emerging area, right? I mean, micro, nano, terms that just emerged a couple of years back.
Correct.
And you're right. I mean, regional influence is also kind of pushed this set of audience. So as there are we have audience largely PR professionals. And what are one or two things that you would recommend for us to identify this audience, since they are located in remote areas, right? I mean, what would be your recommendations?
So, few thoughts based on experience and what we've been doing. We've seen that one needs to pick up the voice of that particular community. If you're trying to target a particular place, you need to pick up the voice. Who are the voices? And again, as I said earlier, forget the numbers of all for a number of followers, but see what is the influence. Forget the age of. We have seen to that effect that even a 26-year-old could influence people up to 55 years old in agricultural industry. So age is not a barrier now. If the person makes sense, if the person has the right content and a natural delivery, that is one big thing. Then of course you're looking at what is how is he building the narrative of the story? Is he giving a validation rather than a selling point, rather than selling the product? So what is his take? So because you can't with these regional people, regional influencers, you can't curate the content. You have to see his natural flow and the delivery. How is he flowing and how is he connecting? And last is, of course, stay away from marketing verbiage. Any influencer who's using too much of marketing verbiage, for me, is a no, especially when you're going to the regional side or hyperlocal. I think that those are just few points which I have for now.
So thank you, Rakshit. Shoaib, no, influencer marketing landscape is now constantly evolving. While it's new, and last you gave some data that it shows that, yeah, we are still at the tip of the iceberg, probably.
Yes.
The new generation is, when you see the new generation, they are not relating to celebrity driven endorsements, and this has given rise to content creators. Now, how are these content creators different from influencers?
Good question, Ajit. Yeah, we keep getting asked this a lot by our clients, and the simple answer is that everybody is a content creator. Anybody who is creating something of value to their audience base is a content creator. Influence happens when the action based on that content shows tangible results, right? And you hit the nail on the head, Ajit, when you said the decline of influence by celebrities, very very palpable in our study, right? So 2 points. There's an organization called Elite Study that conducted a survey specifically aimed at millennials in India, right? And the numbers that study showed is less than 1% of millennials trust traditional forms of advertising, because they know that the message is controlled 100% by the brand. So there's very little to verify those claims, right? uh, on the same side, on the other side, when we spoke to brand managers, and this is a group M number, right? In some of the links that you shared also, almost 74 to 75% of influencer budgets are being parked for content creators and influencers, and not celebrities anymore, right? And this divide and imbalance and veering towards influencers, I see that as going up in the years to come. While celebrities have their own space to get eyeballs to ensure that they're able to bring their aspects of credibility to a particular brand. I think we are going out of the age where you're seeing a lot of celebrities also evolve their personas, trying to appear a little bit more like an influencer. The traditional form of narratives and in traditional advertising are also changing, right? And why is this? Well, I feel like one of the biggest weapons that a content creator has as compared to a traditional marketing campaign, which involves either a celebrity or a long form narrative, is the turnaround time of creating that content, right? Today, a content creator is equipped with a fantastic product suite, a mini studio setup of their own, which means that the quality of content that they're putting out doesn't need to be amateurish in nature. A lot of great looking, sounding content is being created on the fly on a day to day basis. This is something that I feel that your traditional production agency cannot compete with, even if we want to, right? And the whole part of being caught up in the virality of the moment, contextual marketing, which happens, or moment marketing that influencers are so good at tapping, especially happens because of the speed of their turn, right? um, I think Rakshit hit a very, very raw nerve with the industry when he asked about, how do we identify whether this influencer is real or no, right? And I think for the first time last year, the Advertising Standards Council of India actually released a guideline, right, for influencer marketing, and it was very progressive. Because I haven't heard of too many countries doing this across the world, and it focused on two important points. And I think both from a brand and content creator perspective, they're very important. Number one is due diligence, and this onus falls more on the content creator and influencer to be able to verify that the claims that the brand is making or requesting them to make, in case it's a collaborative campaign, they have to do their due diligence before taking a message out to the audience. Not only do they owe it to their audience from a credibility and transparency perspective, but it creates more trust in the ecosystem, right? We've seen many celebrity driven campaigns which have backfired, unfortunately, because public reaction and opinion to that has essentially questioned the veracity of the claims being made, right? The second point, and this is something that is going to, I feel, from a both brand and content creator perspective, going to really change the rules of the game a little bit, is the disclosure side. And the guidelines very specifically say that for X number of seconds out of the entire message, you must have a visible disclosure statement saying this is a collaborative engagement with an influencer, right? Um, and it cannot be mumbled in hard to understand or garbled in hard to understand language or verbiage, like what Rakshit was mentioning. That disclosure has to be extremely simple for the average consumer to understand that this is a collaborative campaign between an influencer and a brand, so that it does not be mistaken either for the truth and gospel, or it also not be seen as an out and out paid campaign, right? So as these rules evolve, and I'm sure there are going to be some flashpoints and some lessons to be learned by some unfortunate brand out there who's not going to take these guidelines so seriously, because we are still in the learning phase, right? I feel that this also is a fantastic indicator of the maturity of this side of marketing. The moment you have guidelines, the moment you have policy frameworks trying to govern this, I feel that that is a very positive step towards really streamlining how brands and influencers engage. So exciting times ahead for creators and brands.
I'm sure. Thanks, Shoaib. Abhilash is a subject that is very close to my heart. Given the depth you have had in managing crisis, is influencer marketing, impactful when brand is going through a crisis? If you can share a couple of examples, nothing like it.
Sure. So crises are tricky. You might have a blueprint for it throughout, but when it comes to that very moment, everything goes for a toss, and you need to adapt to that particular situation. And it typically puts a spotlight on a brand failing, will disrupt consumers' trust, can damage the customer brand relationship. And I think the best way to manage any crisis is to be authentic and honest, to come out with what is the truth. And when it's all hands on deck to mitigate the damage, the good news is that influencer marketing provides you with a lot of tools, especially now when all crises are actually unraveling on Twitter or Instagram or some other new social platform that's cropping up every day. And these are the tools that will help you boost your image, convey your sincerity, which is very very critical. No jargons, no language that people can't understand. And influencer marketing can actually help you put that positive narrative out. But the correct use of influencers at this point in time becomes very very critical, because if you get it wrong, you'll come across as a brand that is manipulative and create a long term negative impact on the brand. In fact, if you have to, you might just go out and divulge the fact that you are in a brand influencer partnership, in terms of with an influencer, to reduce the adverse effect if the situation asks for that kind of a revelation to be made. In terms of examples, of course, as PR professionals, crisis is a part of our daily fodder. And some situations where we've seen, in a B2C retail brand, where there have been acquisitions of certain kind of treatment at a retail store. The point of the matter is, it was a huge influencer who went on, but would it be, it was one influencer, it was a day's trend that happened on Twitter. Well, would that have been the right moment to go out and put a campaign? Maybe not. In a situation such as that, maybe you can wait, figure out how you can create a positive perception a few days, months, weeks down the line, because at that point in time, fighting a battle on any social platform is not going to help a brand. So waiting it out, giving it a thoughtful approach would be good. In another circumstance, we had an acquisition news that went out. The biggest influencer we used at that point in time was the face of the company, the CEO, who put out requisite information on the social platform. So an influencer, of course, in this context, we're talking about influencer who are content creators. But in our everyday life as comms professionals, we work with multiple kind of influencers. They could be your employee, they could be your leadership team, and the content creator influencer, it could be your audiences. Everyone's an influencer today. So, yeah.
Interesting. So that's more like a holistic way of looking at influencer engagement, right, during crisis. Thank you so much. So we don't have any audience questions as of now here. So we have to wrap up, and given that, there's another panel that's going to start soon, but I know, 45 minutes to an hour is not giving justice to a conversation that's as compelling as this one. But I want to thank each one of you, all the panelists here, for taking time and sharing your point of views. I'm sure that they're very valuable to the audience here. And if audience have any questions, they can please feel free to reach out to the panelists. They're all active on LinkedIn. And thanks Anubhuti, and thanks Reputation today for giving us this opportunity to come on this platform and delve into an interesting subject like influencer marketing.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ajit, and all the panelists, Abhilasha, Amit, Regal, Rakshit, and Shoaib, for this wonderful discussion. A fantastic start to the conclave indeed. Moving on, the next session today focuses on the future of influencer campaigns. What can brands do to make the most of their influencer communities? The panelists for this discussion are Himanshu Raj, Head of Communications at Priston Care, Prabhakaran, Vice President at AV&V, Shivalika Chadda, Associate Director for Communications at PepsiCo India, Shivaram Lakshminarayan, India Practice Chair for Enterprise Technology at Genesis BCW, Tarunjit Ratan, Managing Partner at Nucleus PR. And moderating the panel today is Sunanda Rao Erdem, Founder and CEO at Seraphim Communications. Over to you now, Sunanda, and all the panelists. Looking forward to this discussion.
Thank you, Anubhuti. It's really a nice and pleasant afternoon today, and welcome to all our panelists. I think I see Prabhakaran and Shivaraman. Hi, and it's absolutely a delight and a pleasure to welcome you. And I think we'll just wait for a couple of seconds for the other guests to join in. I just see Shivalika. Hi, Shivalika.
Hi everyone.
Great. So we'll just wait for another minute. I would just like to kind of, keep this conversation very light, very informal. It's the middle of the afternoon. And we have had some very good discussions beforehand, a little similar to what we are discussing right now, but we are differentiating today. We were listening to Ajit's panel on influencer marketing prior to this, so it kind of makes all the more sense that we discuss it further. This issue on influencer campaigns. Hi, Himanshu. Welcome, Himanshu, to the panel.
Hi.
Hi. So hello. So before moving ahead, just to kind of, we are going to have a very informal round. I'm not going to be doing a Q&A. I think it's going to be more invigorating and more thought-provoking when we are just kind of sharing thoughts. I'll just put in some points of references, and I leave the panel open for discussion. So if we can just, I think as soon as our last panelist joins, we are just waiting for Tarunjit now to join us. Just give him another 10 seconds, 15 seconds. I think she should be online now.
Sure.
Hi, Tarunjit. Welcome, Tarunjit. We just made our introductory round. So we will just start off with the panel right away. We have 40 minutes. We'll just discuss. I'll put in some points of references, and I will ask singularly the panelists here. So our topic today is future of influencer campaigns, what brands can do to make the most of their influencer communities. And at the onset, I would really like to kind of, take the discussion from our previous panel forward and ask the panelists, within the last decade, influencer campaigns have evolved into one of the most powerful tools for any visibility efforts, be it in the sphere of B2B campaigns, B2C campaigns, conglomerates, organizations, individuals. I would like to have some opening comments from each of the panelists, and I would like to start with Prabhakaran about what you feel about the current trends.
Hey, thank you, Sunanda. Good afternoon, everyone. Very excited to be here and talk to all of you here. I think the biggest trend is, I would say that the hashtag trending is not trending anymore, So what I really mean by this is when it comes to influencer campaigns, two things. One is the quality of influencers is kind of changing, right? Back in the day when it kind of really started, I think the focus was largely about how many followers you have, what is the kind of reach that you can promise. But that is kind of quickly shifting. Today, brands are more interested on influencers, whether you want to call them as micro influencers, nano influencers, whatever be the terminology, I think what they're really looking for is who can ensure the highest engagement with my target consumer, who can help me land my key brand messages to the target segment, right? So that's one piece. The second piece is the content, right? And content is something which the last panel also spoke about, right? So, like I said, it is not about getting your hashtag trending anymore. It is more about brands are kind of taking a more collaborative approach, right? The days of copy pasting your messages across different platforms are done. Brands are really taking the collaborative approach, fine tuning and customizing the campaigns based on the influencers, what their strengths are, their reaches are, and saying that this is my message, this is my ask. Do you believe in it, and how best can you help us deliver these messages? So yeah, so hashtag trending is not trending anymore. So the quality of influencers and the content is a big piece, according to me.
I mean, great starting thought that hashtag trending is not trending, and fine tuning and customizing is the deal of the day. Shivaraman, your thoughts on this, please.
Hi, good afternoon, and thanks for inviting me on this particular panel. I think the influencer campaigns have moved to responsibilities on three different stakeholders here. I would say the first one is the content creator, the influencer himself. The second one is the brand, which is actually using this platform to communicate. And last is the consumer itself. So all three stakeholders have different levels of ownership. There is a lot of trust. And I think the digital economy is really put a lot of onus and responsibility in terms of accountability of the information that is getting streamlined, and also how content is getting consumed. I would say that, we are in new times, and these new times are very exciting. And I do see that there are a lot of, like I said, ownership on each one of us who are using this medium for communication. All three stakeholders have a equal role to play here.
So the holy trinity of the influencers and the brand and the consumer takes equal precedence and equal importance over the content and and how you're actually absorbing or disseminating content. Shivalika, I would like to request you for your opening comments on the theme.
First of all, hi everyone, and thank you very much for having me on this panel. Um, you know, I think when it comes to influencer marketing or influencer campaigns, it's an integral part of the brand marketing mix today. The point is not just about trying to get your campaign out or trying to get your message out. I think the point here is all about the fact that how are you going to get your message out in the most relatable and relevant manner possible. So an influencer is like a friend, who will retain the original essence, who will retain the original idea, but will put his or her flavor in it, which makes it relevant and relatable. In fact, 65% of the consumers, according to recent reports, mention that they're actually looking at an influencer, information because they find it more credible in that sense. And I think COVID, the digital uptake, and overall the fact that while it's all about the big celebs as well, but it's also about the fact that you want to have familiarity in your communication is what is giving these influencer campaigns or marketing a big push.
Great thought. I mean, of course, relevance and relatability along with familiarity of content. This is something that we will also further discuss during the session. Himanshu, your thoughts, please.
Okay. Thank you first. I would like to thank everyone and the Reputation today for having me here today. My 2 cents on the current trends for influencer marketing. I think it's the three F's of influencer marketing, right? Fashion, food, and fitness. These are the three biggest industries right now, which are engaging influencers are engaging in influencer marketing, right, in a big way. I mean, now post pandemic, travel is coming back, but these were the three ones which were, if you see, are the biggest sectors which are engaging with influencers and spending. I'm focusing on focusing on influencer more than anything else. So I think these are three industries which are leveraging influencers in a big way right now.
This is, we are really having a ball at, how we can actually condense the information, make it more digestible. The three F's: fashion, food, fitness. May I add another one, because I'm a dog mama now, pets. Which is the way we are, post pandemic, the way we are actually consuming that content here. Tarunjit, your stage, please.
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me on this panel. And I think pretty much concur with everything that the panelists have said. Though I must say it's an exciting time to be in the field of communication today. It's interesting to note how consumer PR has evolved into brand marketing. Yeah. And there was a time when we looked at Orkut coming in, which evolved to Facebook, which evolved to Facebook marketing. And now we as a community have a chance to actually develop the influencer industry. We must keep in mind that, a lot of the influencer industry, while it's, booming in India, everybody with a camera wants to be an influencer. Um, it's still a side hustle for a lot of people. Yeah. And there are very few that have actually created a profitable business model out of this. And just like with media, with all the other platforms that we have dealt with in the past over the last 2 decades, this will also even out, and it'll all be about the influence that the individual brings rather than the publication house or the platform that brings to it.
Thank you, Tarunjit. Really interesting thought here that the PR industry is actually influencing or shaping the influencer marketing and the influencer space here. Great thought, great beginnings. I would like to actually now open the panel for a cross discussion on content. And my first, thought on this whole credibility part of it, and content and credibility. We really have to see how to actually balance credibility with content. Any thoughts on this, Prabhakaran? I would ask you first.
It's a great question because uh, content and credibility is interlinked. I as an influencer can stand in front of camera or churn up few words, copy paste from somewhere, right, and just put it out, right. And let's say if I have 1 million followers, and before people will really see me through that, hey, this guy is bluffing. He's absolutely clueless about this, right? Just to add to what Himanshu was talking about, fashion, food, lifestyle, etc. The other thing which you're seeing today is about finance, right? If you log on to Twitter, everybody is a finance expert. Everybody is dishing out, telling you investment advisories, etc., right? And you just know it. Some of it they're just kind of bluffing through. Maybe they just read some report somewhere and just kind of passing it out as a credible piece of information. So your content will show you whether you're a subject matter expert or not, right? So if you're an influencer, it is assumed that you're a subject matter expert, right? I mean, especially things with finance and investments and other, and even high-end purchases, etc., right? So content therefore becomes extremely important, right? You got to make sure that what you're saying is credible, and it also has to be transparent. If you have a personal interest, so let's say, again, I'm taking a simple example of finance, this thing. If you're saying, hey, invest in XYZ stock, and if you have interest in that, you better be transparent about it and say that, hey, yes, I do have stakes in this game in that sense. So content and credibility kind of really go hand in hand in that sense.
But I'd also, if I may add, while we talk about content, it's also about the relevance of the content to the niche that they are catering to, right? While an actor or a publication house can report on multiple things and look at playing multiple roles, why not influencers? Yeah, if there is an influencer who can make a connect with the niche that they're serving with to, let's say, crypto, then they might as well just crypto it up. You have influencers like Ayo Shraddha, Lily Singh, Niharika, and they are my top versatile lifestyle influencers on my list. They can probably pretty much take anything and create a niche out of it that becomes entertaining for their audience, and it doesn't look like a force fit, right? The moment you try making a force fit out of it, you lose credibility. this is like probably a financial publication reporting on a celebrity interview. Unless the celebrity interview is talking about the business of money, the business
Yeah,
of films, doesn't make sense. You lose credibility there itself.
true.
I mean, Taranjit has hit the nail on the head. Force fit, right? So today, I mean, if you open Instagram or any other platform right now, I'm not just talking about the traditional four, right, which is Insta, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitter. Now you have Moj, Takatak, and all those in the midst too, right? You have fashion influencer promoting crypto, right? Or giving or doing or they are adding something about a mutual fund app, right? I mean, I will not buy that, right? If I'm seeing a person who's uh, is promoting product on Dove and at the same time she's doing crypto, I mean, you will not the credibility goes down the drain. So I think the force fit is something that Indian marketers should actually look into, because there's a lot of sort of force fit happening in the market right now, because there are random brands being the random influencers basically promoting brands which are not part of their forte or their industry.
I mean, well thought of. How do you actually, in fact, yes, how do you find that fine balance between good content and credible content? Shiva Raman, sorry, I think I
No worries.
interrupted.
Yes. So, Sunanda, I was actually saying that, once the brands now need to kind of take a step back. I mean to say the entire platform of influencer communication began with trusted information, which these influencers would give to their fellow consumers. It was like analytics in itself, built in way back when this was at a grassroots level. So I would go and follow or listen into a set of influencers who I believe is credible in that, or a subject expert in that particular area of conversations. So we need to stick to the core, wherein you are a credible source of information for that particular subject. Then whatever you put up there will find its own natural audiences to kind of take that information. So it is as simple, like, like all of us are agreeing that, if you do have a point of view and if audiences are able to relate you with that point of view, it's a good mix. Otherwise credibility can become a serious concern. You naturally lose followers today, because we are talking about a world of followers who are very, very cryptic or analytical about whatever they want to. They're very, I would say, pick and choose about what they want to hear and what they want to believe in. So do not lose credibility of your audiences because you do believe that you're making something, or you're putting a point of view which may not be completely yours out there. So brands need to be very, very clear about who they want to communicate with and who are they choosing to communicate this particular messages. Therefore,
That is very interesting. You know, audiences are, be it even influencers become audiences at some point of time. They are also taking in information. And in this age where we are fast moving towards very um, highly opinionated information dissemination, how do really brands do their due diligence? I would like to put that question up to all of you as a panelist. How do brands actually find out which is the right influencer for me? I probably, due diligence is a harsher word. Let's say, how do I do my studies on how an influencer um, is it good for my brand or not?
So the easiest answer to that is hire the right influencer management agency. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the long answer is, like Shivram said, objective of the brand. What is the objective, right? If you're looking at deeper engagement, then a niched influencer makes a lot of sense. But if you're looking at awareness, then you look at, exploring new verticals of influencers would probably be able to communicate the message intelligently without making the brand look foolish.
I think the other way also to, would be look at select the influencers the way you select your brand ambassadors, right? So today, if you say like, if you want a cricketer to be endorsing your brand, you make a decision whether you want an MS Dhoni or a Virat Kohli, right? You run an analysis and say that, which personalities, which individuals' values and personalities match my brand, right? So do a similar exercise. See if that influencer's personality, the content, the kind of language, and the kind of engagement that they're bringing to the table. Is it in line with the brand values?
Also,
I would like
just
to
to
add
take a
to
step
that.
back. Sorry.
No,
Yeah, go ahead,
Himanshu,
Shivram.
go ahead. I'll do after you.
No, so
Okay.
one thing
So
is just so
Himanshu,
just
please.
so just as to take a step back, right? Before we even the brand get delves into what are they looking at, what is the objective. First, they need to find out if that industry, the industry they are relevant in, is influencer marketing going to work for them, right? If today I'm in a healthcare brand or in something which is slightly more serious, right? I would not want to get into influencer marketing as such, right? If today I'm a B2B fintech platform, for example, or if I'm in a that sort of industry, I don't think it works for everyone, right? Influencer marketing doesn't work for every industry. So I think first that is a first step to that is the first step that the brand needs to take about when you want to start doing an influencer campaign. That is it going to help the brand basically?
Yeah. And I think while, most of the things covered in terms of, knowing the objective, figuring out how you're looking at the audiences, I think one of the key things is also to understand how invested is the influencer, with your brand, and how invested are you, working and giving a proper brief and working together to create that content, that piece of content in that sense. Because at the end of the day, if you guys are not working as partners and people are not involved and just doing for the heck of doing it, it will show, it will reflect, and it's not going to reflect well. So I think that is very important. So, while the platform, while the content, while the objective, the audiences, the engagement, the matrix is all there, I think the keenness and the synergies of the individual and the brand in that sense of working together and investing time is equally very, very important, because that's exactly what you're going to see on that screen, on that platform, and it's going to come out really well. The consumers are very smart today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I
it's
would
like,
also
are you
like
doing
to.
it because it's a cool thing to do,
Absolutely.
versus it's a strategic priority for the brand? Yeah,
No,
that makes a
absolutely.
lot of
We've been talking a little bit about, how what brands can do. I would like to get your perspective, because every one of us, we are in some way or the other involved directly, be it through influencer management or even consumers of influencer campaigns. How do you look at it from the influencer's perspective? How they remain relevant to how do they struggle actually to remain relevant to the constant need of reinventing themselves? What learnings, or what is your would you like to share some experiences, be it from the way of examples of how good influencer how a good influencer campaign can be conducted, but from the perspective of an influencer themselves as well?
Shivalika,
Shivalika, you are muted.
Shivalik,
Sorry. I said, let me take a dig at it first in that sense. And I think you're absolutely right. At the end of the day, it's not just what the brand wants, but what the influencer want, because that's where creativity sits in that sense. And I would just like to say that we as brands also need to figure out that influencer marketing or influencer campaigns in that sense is not a tactic. It has to be a long-term strategy. When we start looking at that in that sense, the game changes for the brand, for the influencer. So again, and I will just give you an example, very, very recent. And this is of the Pepsi anthem we've just very recently launched. So while we're talking about influencers, I'm talking about an influencer who's a celeb as well. And I'm talking here about Bacha. And we just launched this campaign and we were talking, and he was out there speaking that how Pepsi is home. And I think that also came through from the perspective that we've been working with that person for a long time. We've been involving that person, in our campaigns. He understands us, we understand him in that sense. Again, I'm just going back to involvement, but the fact is that creativity also comes through, because when that person starts feeling it is home, he also is very candid about his opinion, what will work, what will not work. It's not about taking a brief per se and just doing what the brand wants to do. So I think that is very, very important. And again, I think it's also very important in terms of ensuring that how you give that creative freedom. We all talk about journalist liberty, right? Journalistic liberty in that sense. And I think that we need to respect that creative liberty in influencers as well. I think having a ear to what they have to say, having ear to understand what their audiences want, and how you can actually get them to do something that you may not be completely aligned to, but let them take those risks together. I think that's very important. And that's when magic happens.
Correct. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that's absolutely, you
So
can't
that's like the
force feed your
golden.
ideas to a on an influencer, because every influencer has a different style. For example, right, if you see uh, Amit Bhadana, right? He has his own style of comedy, right? At the same time, Tanmay Bhatt has his own style of comedy. You can't force your sort of ideas and uh, which are part of the brief genre, right? So you need to give them that sort of a creative freedom on how they want to shape up the messaging and how they want to come up with the message.
But here's I have a
Tarunji,
question here. So
Tarunji. Sorry, she was saying something. Tarunji, sorry.
Absolutely. I mean, what Shivalika has described is like you know, the golden trifecta, yeah, where everybody is working together to make sure that the message comes through. However, in reality, it's a little difficult. It's a little different because when I remember the times when brands used to spend money on a brand ambassador, the expectation from the entire communication team and the brand ambassador was that I should be present just about everywhere, right? I think that same thing has just translated to the influencer industry, and it take a fair amount of learning on both ends to make sure that they understand that while they pay them on it's a paid collaboration, right? They still have to let them, you know, get that their creative juices flowing, and there has to be a little bit of creative liberty out there. And that's tough call because any agency that is involved in between, whether it's an advertising influencer or a PR agency, it's a tough call for both.
No, that is something that a fine balance has to be found there. Prabhakaran, you were saying something.
no, I was just saying that when we talk about the collaboration piece, which Shivalika was talking about, right? So it's we need to be a little careful in the sense that yeah, I mean when you have a slightly a celebrity or a large influencer, then it kind of works, right? But when it is, let us say, a not, let's say a cat B or a cat A kind of influencer, right? How do you manage the collaboration piece, right? Because you still want the brand message to kind of land the way you want it to land in that sense, right? So, like Tarunjit said, it's a bit tricky also, right? So that's I think that's going to be an interesting piece for brands. Again, which kind of going back to the point Shivalika earlier was talking about, like are you doing it for the sake of doing it, or are you doing it because this is a strategic objective for you, right? So that's the crux of it.
I can just say one thing there. Sorry, I can just say one thing. We'll all have to make our mistakes and learn. And that's how this is going to change. Because believe you me, and I'm not going to name anyone, but there was a certain campaign that we were doing, and we were just looking at, the content that was created by ex influencers and not cat C influencers in that sense. And again, as individuals, everybody has opinion, and we were looking at like, maza nahi aaya, but we let it go. There was a space, and the influencer said, no, I guarantee you this will work. You have to trust me. And we actually said, okay, we trust you, we let it go. And that actually got the maximum engagement. So sometimes it's just about, like I said, taking risks and also understanding what is going to work. So for example, when we are working with a lot of micro influencers in that sense, it's also understanding what strategy works. And that's why also we've also made, we've learned during that journey that sometimes videos may not work, statics work very beautifully, because the
True.
quality is a little different in that sense. So I would just suggest to everyone, take risks.
Yes, that
I'd
is
like to.
something very pertinent here, that when we are actually looking at, we cannot guarantee, even from a client perspective or from a brand perspective. This is one space that is so large, and it's changing by the second. The whole influencer space is changing by the second. It's so dynamic that we don't even, how much of homework can you do? So some things you really have to let go. However, I wanted to just kind of, bring back one element which has come out of our discussion. Agreed, everybody has their liberty, they have their own personality, they have the persona, how they are connecting with their audience. But let's say I have a brand or an organization that is sitting outside of India, and they want to do a campaign. What are the do's and don'ts? What are the trends? Could you share some light on, throw some light on how somebody who doesn't know this vast landscape, every country, every geography, they have their own peculiar culture in which they operate. Now, let's say I want to do something, I'm bringing out a product in India, I've done my traditional market research, my public relations, and now I want to get into this space. What are certain basic ideas that I need to be aware of?
As a brand, or as an agency, or as an influencer?
As a brand, since let's say I'm a brand and I want to start engage with influencers in India because it's an India specific product, but I am new in India. I'm just giving a scenario.
Yeah, yeah. No, absolutely. Let me take a shot at that to open this discussion. The first and foremost thing when you get into an influencer engagement is to follow the influencers yourself. You know, have that conversation, engage with them, engage with their posts, engage with that individual to understand what he or she or what that influencer is bringing to the table. Yeah, because while you might look at the numbers don't always give you the true picture. There are a lot of red flags, especially if you're coming in from an international market. The influencer industry is quite evolved there. We might have the massive numbers, but our industry is still pretty new where this is concerned. Yeah. So if you start engaging with them before asking for their insights, before asking for their numbers, you'll get a fair amount of idea about who you would want to include in your campaign and who you would not.
Okay, let me take
I'm
this
thinking,
shot now.
who says I'm a good agency?
No.
That's also there.
Okay, I would say flip the table a bit. First, understand who is your audience and what do they think, feel, and know about the brand in the marketplace you're getting in. Then do the math what Tarun said in terms of what is the best kind of influencers I want to go into or engage with. Then do your own research in terms of understanding if the influencer understands the brand also. Because one is the line of business, and the other part is like, does the influencer understand the brand and the vision and the ethos of the brand? And then give the creative freedom what Shivalika spoke about. Like, while the brand has its own vision, what is that influencer can bring from his own personality or a behavior perspective? Because there is a reason why an audience follows that particular influencer. So let the creative thought flow come from the influencer. And finally, measure your success, because it's very important for you to come back and redo your strategy. Like we said, we want to take risks. We may be uh, good at the first shot, or we may learn ourselves saying that maybe we need more regionalized content, maybe we need more micro bloggers to kind of do this messaging. So learn from your mistakes or learn from your observations, may not be a mistake, and then redo it, because we want to show commitment, because this is not a one-off kind of activity. We want to do it on a regular basis. So all of this would make your brand plan to kind of engage with influencers.
Sunanda, just to add to what you were saying, find a good agency. I will just add to that, find a good agency and pay them well. Don't negotiate.
That's a very good point. I would take you up on this. I mean, see, this is exactly what Himanshu, you were saying something. Sorry, before I.
No. Please go ahead.
No, because this is something that it's always an experiment. It's always, from we are, as from an age group perspective, I'm always struggling with the fact that in Europe, they define people of our age group as internet immigrant generation. So we were, I think it is difficult to understand and guarantee that every campaign is actually an experiment. and to have that openness of mind and say, let's just go. As Shivalika also pointed out, even though your heart and your mind and everything is saying, well, there's something that's not right, our key messages are not there, or there's too much of a personality clash between the brand and the influencer, let's just still go out with it. So it requires a certain amount of courage from also all stakeholders when it comes to actually starting this massive campaigns, because these, from what I know, these campaigns are not actually very cheap, or they're not inexpensive. They require a lot of resources, it requires a lot of homework, it requires a lot of understanding, studying the social media space, which is so huge and vast. And we have also very limited resources, even as agencies or even as a company that is wanting to start that campaign. Is it just a bher chal, so to say, or like how can we be selective when we really want to get into something like an influencer campaign?
But Sunanda, I'd like to say one thing. I think before any campaign, influencer or not or otherwise, and even if you want to experiment, I think it's very important to know your audience. So,
Correct.
understanding the local nuances. So the point is, then the onus lies one on the brand per se to have that, and that's when you will be able to have that conversation or understand what will work and what will not work. So and especially when you mentioned about an international brand coming and doing something here in India. India is a diverse country. I mean, you have to understand the sensitivities. So the
Correct.
core knowledge of that is very important before you even go experimenting or piloting about whatever. And then yes, learn, make mistakes, learn, and all of that. But I think your foundation really needs to be strong in terms of that. In that research. So that is very important. That you can't go wrong. You can't experiment with that. Honestly, you have
Correct.
to
Correct.
be very very sure about it.
And there's a very interesting point you touched upon was courage. Yeah, it takes courage once you figure out what you want to communicate and what your core strength is, who's your target audience. You have to have the courage to stick to it. We've looked at launching luxury brands, international luxury brands into the market, which have stuck to their guns and said, this is the communication strategy that we will go with. And irrespective of every pundit coming out there and telling them that this is wrong or you need to go with integrated marketing communication, add this and add that, add an item number to it, they stuck to their guns. And that's what won them the trust of their audience. Yeah. You need
Yeah.
to be able to have that courage to stick to your guns and say, this is the communication strategy I will follow.
Himanshu, I see some lines on your forehead. Is there something?
That's the Gurgaon heat.
Well, we are. Would you like to comment on this? Because this is something that I think we have all gone through this as communications representatives or any kind of consulting that we do. How do you really get brands to understand this is a campaign that is good, or actually say no, this is not the right time to do a campaign? How do you find that the balance between uh, is this the right time, or shall we just shoot with any campaign and just shoot an arrow in the dark?
I think that all depends on the objective, right? If the campaign is going to move the needle for the company, right, from a business point of view, and you also know your audience, right? I mean, one that Shivalika and Tarunjit, mentioned that knowing your audience, right? So if that campaign, or if from the business point of view, you are sure that you would want to go out with the influencer campaign to generate business, right? Then that, or brand awareness more than business, because I personally feel that influencer campaigns are good from a business, from a brand awareness point of view, not so much from a business point of view. Like if I want to see how much of a CAC or conversion it is, the global, I think the global range is around 2 to 4%, but generally we don't go get more than like point 0.1, point 0.2, or 0.3%, right? So from a business point of view, it's not a great medium, personally speaking. But from a brand awareness perspective, it's brilliant, right? I mean, there are brands which have stuck to their guns and have done and used only influencer campaigns, right, for their marketing. For example, there's a watch brand called Daniel Wellington. If you guys have heard of it, it only uses influencer marketing. Or there's a new healthcare brand called Ultra Human Cyborg. It's a glucose measuring sort of a device along on your mobile app, right? So they are only using influencers for things like that. It works very well from a brand awareness point of view, but I don't know if it's a business call at the end of the day. That's what I would suggest.
Absolutely. And you need the right people to guide you through this whole social media marketing and the influencers. I think we are about to reach the end of our session. I'm trying to see if there are any comments per se right now. I don't see much. I would like to invite all the panelists to give in their closing comments on uh, the topic, which is the future of influencers, any kind of trends that you could share with us, any kind of examples of great influencer campaigns. Imanshu has mentioned Daniel Wellington. Shivalika, thanks you for also sharing your thoughts on Pepsi's campaign with Badshah, but any other great campaigns, if you could share, that would be really awesome for our audiences.
I think I'll just.
Prabhakaran, you want to go first?
Sorry, my fault.
No,
Prabhakaran, please.
that's okay. No, I was just going to say, what the more than the campaign, the overall, just to kind of, since we're kind of closing, and the topic of what the future of influencer campaign, I think the simple answer is going to be, it will be what Elon Musk wants us to be, right? Uh, Now that's not just in terms of him buying out Twitter, but very interesting comment which he made yesterday is the fact that there might be a fee associated for brands and events and other influencers if they want to be on Twitter. Right? So I think that we'll have to see how it really pans out, but that's going to be a very, very interesting development, right? So if brands, etc., they have to pay to be part of these influencers or to be part of these social media platforms, etc., that completely changes the game, how brands will kind of approach social media marketing overall and what it is in marketing. But then again, kind of goes back to the original point which we discussed. You still have to define what is the strategic goal that you have out of this. Only when you have a strategic goal clearly defined and you have lots of courage that you'll be able to survive.
Thank you, Prabhakaran. This is quite interesting. Just a thought which we had not actually discussed about is what when brands have to pay to use these platforms. If I'm sorry, I think your voice was a little dim. Shivaraman, your thoughts, please.
I would say that it is a creator economy going forward, and with the digital being real and happening, it is a lot of digital natives who are going to be coming onto this particular forum, like or a platform. It becomes even more important for us to kind of understand how we are going to use, how brands are going to use to communicate this particular platform of communication. And I would say every brand is now thinking very seriously in terms of making it part of their integral communication strategy. So it is, I would say, very interesting times ahead. India is leapfrogging in terms of the trends in which it's capitalizing in terms of the communication platforms brands are utilizing today. I would say that it's going to be very interesting for both influencers and the brands to reach their end audiences in a much more creative fashion. I think this is a platform in which they can actually use creativity to the maximum. At the same time, get the audience attention to the fullest, unlike the other platforms which are tried and tested and already evolved in its own way. I would say that we need to utilize use this platform consciously and responsibly so that we are able to communicate well with our audiences out there.
So it's a yin and yang between the creativity and the expectations that are there from the brand. Shivalika, your comments, please.
So I think the future of influencer marketing for me is two things. One, a lot more collabs coming. A lot of more collabs coming because I think what we've right now seen is a lot of influencers individually talking to consumers. And what we're seeing is when people are coming together, and especially people who have different backgrounds, people are liking that. So that's variety in that sense. So that definitely that. And second, and more importantly, authenticity authenticity over perfection. I think that is going to be super important. So be it your micro bloggers, your nano bloggers, your micro, your macro, your celebs, whatever it is, I think authenticity is the future of influencer marketing, because the consumer is really smart, and that's what they want to look at. They don't want to just see a happy face just selling your product. They want to see the real thing, and that's why they're endorsing these people. So authenticity over perfection is what I'm going to say again and again.
The relatability to the that comes to it, as a consumer would like to relate to the content that is coming out. Tarunjit, thank you so much. Valika, Tarunjit, your comment.
Okay. I would just like to add, everybody's pretty much mentioned why the influencer community campaigns industry is going to be booming. So I'd like to mention that, the PR and communication industry is a smart and diplomatic one, and we've always placed our bets wisely. This is the time for us to place our bets on individuals. And I think this is a generation that has seen a pre-digital to a digital madness kind of an environment era coming in, right? And it's a golden chance for brands as well as all the agencies involved to shape an industry. Shape an industry based on trust, authenticity, and in a spirit of collaboration.
Thank you so much, Tarunjit. And I think we're Himanshu, your closing comment, please. Thank you.
My closing comments is my closing comment would be influencer marketing is a important part of the marketing strategy, right? But before you decide to get into it or be a part of the trend, right, or you said the HR, right, brand should first do a sort of a soul searching, that if it's important for them or it's made for them, right? Because it might not be the right sort of a marketing strategy for them as well. So I think
Absolutely.
soul searching is very important before you take a step. So yeah, so I think first is the brands need to find out if that is something that they want to do.
Thank you so much. And I think we have had a lot of food for thought, a lot of stuff to take back home and ponder about. Thank you all to all the panelists. And over to you, Anubhuti. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Thank you, Sunanda, for that well-crafted discussion. I think 45 minutes don't do justice to it, but lots of takeaways from all the panelists here. Thank you, Himanshu, Prabhakaran, Shivalika, Shivaram, and Tarunjit. The third session for today will talk about what's wrong with the influencer brand engagement ecosystem currently and what can we do to nurture it. Joining this discussion today are Indu Sharma, Senior GM for Communications at Schneider Electric, Jumana Vadnagarwala, Chief Operating Officer at Kalolwala Associates, Radhika Nihilani, Co-founder and CEO at Thinking Communications, Tina Mansukani Garg, Founder and Chief Creative Storyteller at Pink Lemonade, and Tushar Bajaj, Managing Director at Organic by MSL. Moderating this panel is Lovina Gujral, Consultant at Candor Communications. Over to you now, Lovina, for this discussion.
Hi, Lovina.
Hi, Lavina. Hi, Tina.
Hi.
Hi, You're on mute, Lavina.
Just waiting for all our panelists to come in. Hi, everyone.
Hi. Hi, Tushar.
Okay, let's start. So thank you for introducing the panel, Anubhuti. So influencer marketing is obviously not new, pegged to grow at a fairly mind-boggling pace. We've seen a recent industry report that has pegged the industry to reach a figure of about 2,200 crores by 2025, which is a fairly large, market size. Brands also we've seen have upped their marketing budgets to influencer engagement by as much as 25% in 2021 alone. But we've seen in the previous discussions also, it has come out of fairly clearly that the ecosystem is not without heartburn. Brands are struggling to see and to really find value in the fact that how some influencers with only a few thousand followers are commanding price tags that seem, for the lack of a better word, illogical. We are also marred by things like fake followers, fake engagement, bots, etc., and influencer engagement ecosystem. On the other hand, agencies are also struggling to justify the value that influencers are bringing to brands versus the ROI and the customer acquisition, lead generation that all these things are supposed to bring in for the brand. So there is a lot. While it's not a new phenomena, it's still in the throes of evolution. So our panel today is going to discuss some of the concerns that are faced in this area and how we can pave a roadmap or a way forward to improve this marketing initiative. So let's start with getting your thoughts in on the topic of our discussion today. So we'll start with you, Indu. What are your thoughts on what's wrong with the influencer engagement ecosystem, and what do you think we can do to nurture it? Just very topical thoughts, then we'll go deeper as we proceed in the discussion. Over to you, Indu.
Thank you so much, Lavina, and thanks a lot for starting with me. Hi, all of my panelists, and hi to everybody who's listening to us. And I would say that I would like to start on a positive note because I've seen a lot of positive use of the influencer marketing as well. I would like to start with those few sentences that Seth Godwin actually spoke once, that marketing is no longer just about the products that you sell, it's more about the stories you tell. Now, how do you tell your stories? Your influencers are one of your storytellers, one of the most powerful platforms, like you, Lovina, just mentioned. I was looking at the stats, and one of the most prominent stats that we come across is influencers are, the people that somebody look up to. So researchers have indicated that 49% of the consumers depend on influencer recommendations. Now, that's huge. How I look at it is that influencers are creating an economy of trust, which is the core of the influencer engagement. And that is how I will look at it, and I would like to utilize it. And we have to look at how do we ensure that that trust is not breached. That should be the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Indu. Over to you, Radhika. Would you like to come in with your initial thoughts?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. So I would actually, I'm happy that Indu started on a positive note on this topic, and I do echo her thoughts. I do feel as well that influencers are playing a great role in bringing the brand story forward. And like we said, that there are concerns for sure, and I think a lot of that also is because. The industry, they're still finding their bearings, and these kind of concerns do develop when any kind of new thing comes out in the market. So I think it's just about finding its bearings, so which is why there are concerns even at the influencers end, as in they have their share of concerns as well, as do the brands. But I feel definitely it's more positive than negative, so more things to rejoice than to be concerned about. So that's those are my overall thoughts. I think they have become an integral spoke today in any kind of publicity or marketing campaign that anyone's putting together. And then we'll deep dive as we go along.
Sure, thank you. Tina, up to you.
I certainly am a believer in this, being in the industry that I am, and I think brands can't afford to ignore today. This is a separate channel, and like Indu said very rightly, another channel of storytelling, another medium of getting the word out on your brand, especially if you are in the FMCG and fashion, luxury, lifestyle industries. It's working really, really well. But no doubt, I think one of the areas that plagues it is measurement and accountability, or ROI, that people are seeing. And I'd love to discuss more about that and what the possible solutions can be, because it impacts us and the brands. So happy to discuss that.
Tushar, your thoughts?
I think echoing what everyone's saying, it's definitely become an integral part of marketing mix and communications tactics that are deployed. Like any industry, it's maturing. It'll take time. It's very, very new. And one of the things that we feel is a strong gap is the fact that there is no standardization. And I think that will help in both the kind of ROI questions that are coming up and the fact that pricing is a little questionable every now and then. But it will also need to have a little leeway. It can't be the same as, say, digital advertising because of the premiumness that an influencer may attach with their content, their community. And like Indu said, trust has a certain value which will also come into play within this ecosystem.
Thanks, Tushar. And Jabna, your thoughts before we move on to the next question?
Yeah, so as rightly said by all the other panelists as well, I think influencer marketing, it has done like a great job. I feel the whole focus from the celebrity view has come down to an influencer view. It has become more localized now. Smaller players have started getting better chances, more chances than the celebrity. That culture has come down. But of course, like any other industry, this is not free of, not completely free of, improvements. There are a lot of improvement scopes, especially if I have to look at, the other marketing agencies or advertisements or corporate communication or PR agencies. This particular market is still not regularized. It has no standard. It is not a regularized market. So that is one thing which I feel, has a good scope of improvement on. Yeah.
Wonderful. So, what came out clearly from all your responses was that, this is something that has many positive aspects to it, definitely. So, let's take that discussion a little further. If you can share with us some examples where you've seen, where the brand story has been told really well through an influencer engagement, or where there has been a really good return on investment, or something like that. With examples, if you could share, I'll start with you, Radhika.
Hi. So yeah, definitely. So like just reiterating, I think there are a lot of positives that have come out. I can tell you as a PR person and also as a mom of two children, I feel like if you see the whole segment of mom influencers and what they are doing today to brands, and especially brands that are homegrown, brands that do not have any marketing spends, who have really found their footing only on social media. So their entire outlet, and they're not even selling on any retailers as in e-tailers like Amazon or anything. They're only selling through direct messaging on Instagram. So there is a whole community of influencers who have positively and massively kind of impacted the brand and the growth in terms of visibility that they have got, and in terms of sales that they are getting today. But they've really put them on the map, and it's purely and purely through the influencers that they have reached out to. And also a lot of influencers are also seeing, while of course a whole lot of that is paid, right, where a brand reaches out, but there are a lot of times that there are organic shout outs or organic validation that an influencer is giving towards certain brands, and that has turned out to be so helpful for brands itself, because they are just suddenly noticed and nobody knew of them till like yesterday, and now suddenly everyone's talking about them. In terms of giving an example, we had done a campaign with influencers, celebrity influencers. So my agency looks into entertainment in terms of brands, entertainment brands, and in celebrities and films. Where we, for a show that we were promoting, we reached out to influencers to give them an award, which had the, what would you say, the essence of the show. We kind of captured that in an award. So the show was about strong, powerful women who are kind of breaking stereotypes. And we reached out to influencers, celebrity influencers, who kind of, where there's this similarity in terms of the essence of the show, and women who have kind of broken stereotypes. And we kind of gave them an award. So in terms of the ROI, it was so high because all I had to do is really give them an award, which costed my client couple of $1,000 to make, right? And then I gave it to like 10 people. But then I had a reach of over 50 million cumulatively, so I think what's important is what we need to understand is that who are we talking to. Is there really kind of like a brand resonance that is happening? I think once that kind of good marriage happens between the brand and the influencer that we're reaching out to, because it's not necessarily about the numbers that people have, which everyone already in their opening thoughts kind of mentioned that that's kind of questionable because we don't know fake bots, etc., etc. Everyone knows that's kind of like a peril of the business today. But what's important is that once you find the right influencer match to the brand, I think that's when it becomes a win-win situation where we feel that the influencer is speaking the same, is the personality of the influencer matches the personality of the brand. I think, and that's where our, as a PR person, as a publicist, our role come into play to find that good marriage. So it's a win-win for the influencer as well as the brand.
Absolutely. Very nicely put. Indu, yeah, Jamna, go ahead. You raised your hand.
Yeah, because while just taking away from the celebrity, mom celebrity, influencer, and being a mom myself, so definitely what Radhika has told, it has the brands which were not known yesterday are suddenly everybody's talking about it. So definitely that way it has done a great job. But again, as an end user and being a mom myself, what I feel is that when a baby product or something like that is sold by an influencer, we don't know the authentication, how much how authentic it is. Like for example, are the influencers equipped enough to uh, standardize the products? Are they equipped enough to understand how much the testing the product has gone through before it has been advertised and before it has come out? And the mom influencers especially giving out health kits, so that is also one concern which as an end user I am always thinking whether it is the right thing to do or not, because influencers they sway the buying decisions, they sway the brand image, like it has happened. So is it the right thing? Like, and the certification part, like the certification is something which is available with everybody anywhere and any institute is ready to certify, but how much authentic are those certificates? As an end user, sometimes is what I always in that in that double mind.
Sure, sure. Appreciate your points. But as we were talking about the fact that this is definitely a positive ingredient for a marketer mix to have, is there any example on that part that you wanted to share before we move
I'd
on to
like
the
to
next?
share an example. I'd like to share
Sure.
an example. We work with a brand called Deep Rooted in Bangalore, and they are sellers of fruits and vegetables, just like Gourmet Garden and Frazo and the others, right? Some of you may be aware of these. So they wanted to go ahead with the influencer marketing campaign, and we chose Ayush Shraddha, who's very well known as an RJ, but also a great influencer, and his style is very comedy and nicely done. But Shraddha also comes across very nicely as a woman, as a homemaker, and she does many different personas and things like that. So I think there was great brand congruence between both of them. In fact, the results were so good because of her. Then we did a series of 3 different, reels with her. The brand actually picked up one of the reels and is using it for their performance marketing today, because the results coming out when your brand congruence is so high with somebody who's trying to sell in her original content format, and we didn't ask her to tailor her content format too much, so it was hit the nail right on the head, and it was a great example. Worked really well for both the brand and the influencer. So that was a great positive example I want to share.
Right. I think that's also a great example of matching the right influencer with the right brand requirement. Indu, since you represent the brand Schneider, any examples from your end to share? And are you using them for your B2B part of the business also? If you would like to add that input.
Sure. As a marketer, I would say that there are 3 broad things that have always touched me for the influencer management. 2 of them, Radhika and Tina, touched upon. One was obviously a personalized narrative. How each of the stories that comes out is very, very unique, like Tina mentioned. Similarly, there is a lot of visibility for the brand that gets created. A lot of time it leads to the trials, but broadly it happens somewhere in the B2C segment. So B2B actually makes use of the third part of it, which I would touch upon, is creating the social proof for the brand or for the message that you're trying to put out. In fact, in my previous role as well, I had used it, and now here as well, which is for a sustainability initiative that we did recently. And obviously, it's a sustainability is not as fancy and as sexy as a Durex or a Wheat, or for that matter, or any of the brands that I've worked with in the past. Now, this was for the launch of this, and the effort was primarily upon finding the right kind of voices, and we got only organic people to come on board. There was no payment made to even single influencer, because it was about the power of the idea and the belief in what we are doing. But the kind of quotes that come out, is inspiring for many more such people, not just on social but even in the corporates, because there is a kind of shared value which gets created. There's a virality to the message that it gets put out. So it's not, see, I would say that no story is B2B and B2C. It's about how you put the message out. It's just about how you put it out, who you use to put it out. And if you have the right kind of effort, right people identified, it will go out. That has been my experience.
That's great, and that's absolutely, I think, the top end that we can all wish to or aspire to achieve, where you have influencers coming in just because they believe in the cause so much, and then they're supporting your engagement. Tushar, over to you. Any cases
I think
to share?
I think the most memorable one was, in fact, to do with COVID best practices and COVID appropriate behaviors and awareness around that. And we had the privilege actually to work with people across the board: lifestyle influencers, food influencers, tech influencers, and everyone came on board. Some were paid engagement, some were special access, some wanted to do it voluntarily, and the uniqueness with which each of them gave the same message, but in their own different styles, the kind of reach, both the depth and the breadth of the reach that we were able to achieve with something, using influencers, that would not have been possible with uh, any other tactic. So I think that would be the most memorable experience, and probably one of the cases where a lot of different types of influencers were used for exactly the same message. And it can happen with social causes. Doesn't necessarily apply to brands, but that's one that I would like to share.
Great. So there are obviously heartwarming stories and authentic brand relevance stories related to the influencer engagement ecosystem. But now let's focus the discussion on the concerns that exist in these engagements. I'd like all of you to just talk about 2 or 3 concerns and the reason why you think these concerns exist. So, Jamna, would you like to go first? And also, if you can again back it up with an example or two, where things really did not go as planned or as expected, so the learning just becomes that much more important with an example.
Yes. The first thing, what I find with the influencer ecosystem is that somebody who's a great influencer in their own field, uh, say a fitness field, or you know, they might not be very great content creators. They might be they might influence based on their work and the kind of their content. So if a stakeholder, if a company is approaching an influencer to market their product or to for a brand engagement, uh, they also need to partner with them for creating the right content also. Because for example, if we approach Sachin Tendulkar for something, he is great at what he does, but if he wants to have a brand engagement, he will not be enough to have that kind of a content. He will need somebody else onboarded with him to create that kind of content. So this is one thing with the influencers is what I feel. The second one, obviously, I touched in the first the question before this, is the authenticity. Like the certifications and all that is so widely available everywhere that everybody wants to certify their product or the service with something, and they say that it is certified. So the authenticity of that, whether the influencer himself or herself, especially the micro and the mid-level influencers, if are they equipped enough to understand and test the product before they are talking about it. So these are the 2 problems which I feel is we can actually think about it.
Radhika, your thoughts?
Yeah, so I think one concern that I'd like to highlight is that somewhere we are seeing, especially in entertainment, that there's lack of consistency in terms of content. So what's happening is that a lot of entertainment influencers, because everyone's seen like this big boom, and everyone's seen going from a couple of thousands to now million plus followers. And the minute you're hitting like certain benchmark in terms of followers, then lots of brands are of course kind of struggling to get on your page. What's happening there is that then there is no consistency of content. So just to give an example is that one big media entertainment influencer is Viral Bhayani. Sure you guys know of him. Now he's an entertainment influencer. That's your claim to fame, and that's how you become popular, and that's why people are following you. But now that you become that popular, that you are putting astrology articles on your page, you are putting builder का room अच्छा है, that also on your page. So what's happening is that then an entertainment brand is not confident to go out to this influencer anymore, because we don't know who's the follower. Like, is the follower who's looking to buy a good house? Is the follower a person who wants to consume entertainment news, or is a person who wants to know through astrology what's going to happen to his life tomorrow? So I think what's happening, to me, a concern is that there is lack of consistency that's starting to happen across some influencers, where they're diluting themselves too thin, because this sudden spurt of popularity that's come their way, and demand that's come their way. So they are not able to then contain their audience, or keep them focused. Uh, so yeah, I think that's a concern that one needs to deal with.
And why do you think this happens? Is it because, I mean, could it just be the financial motivation of things that they're
100%.
willing to?
100%, because it's so new, right? Because I'm just saying that, especially in terms of entertainment influencers, the paparazzi, as we are really calling them today. 5 years ago, there were people who were invited to cover red carpets. Right? There was no Instagram, there was no Facebook, there was no following. They were not coming on coffee with Karan as celebrities. So it's just this newfound mini celebrity status that people have got, that they and it can get, I would assume, tough to kind of handle it. So I think a financial aspect has to be a great motivation. Lack of understanding of keeping your audience focused, because these are not people who have really studied anything. They have just become influencers. Of course, COVID has also really helped, like given them a huge burst in the last 2 years. So I think it's a lack of knowledge. There's a financial aspect. It's a mix of all. But what's happening is that the brands are now questioning that while they are great with great following and pretty much on every entertainment marketer's list, but now there are questions that are starting to arise: is that are they really the right people to engage with, or not? Because there's all sorts of content that now you're seeing on their page, as opposed to what we saw possibly just a year ago.
Tushar, your concerns?
So I have 2 points, and one fairly similar to what Radhika was highlighting. I think the maturity to pick the brands, and this is from a influencer standpoint, and to keep their audience first and their community first in their minds, is actually we're far from that. I don't think that's been achieved yet, and that will become increasingly important even for brands, because they want that association to sort of come in. And that association is what will help push their brand further. It's not just the reach. And the second part, which is connected, is that I think brands also need to get clearer about where in their funnel uh, influencers lie. So I think certain industries, consumer tech, for example, far more mature about it. They know that it's far deeper into their funnel. They're in the consideration or the preference sort of stages when the influencers become important. And accordingly, that sort of changes the pricing, but also makes the metrics far clearer. If brands are not clear about whether they're going for engagement or reach, then selection's a problem, results is a problem, measurability anyway is a problem, because the influencer is the only one that has access to the data. So all of this starts to get resolved as there is more clarity on where you want to use influencers.
Right. Tina, your thoughts?
Yeah, I have a couple of points as well, and the one that I want to say most importantly, I think the brands also need to give the influencers a little leeway in the fact that they know their audience, they know why someone comes to them. But as brands, I find that brands come and say ye bhi lagao wo bhi lagao, ye put this USP inside it, and sometimes the storytelling doesn't call for that USP. In many cases I've seen the influencer who has succeeded in going viral on a particular kind of a campaign has done their own style of storytelling, which is valid for those audiences that enjoy it, and the brand has only gained from that aspect. The second problem that I'd like to talk about is, like I mentioned earlier, is the measurement aspect of it, because very few influencers even go to the analytics page and try to see how many successes or how many people actually viewed it. And in a bid to get more people to view and more followers, there's very little housekeeping done by them to see that, did I get right followers, fake followers, who's engaging, and who are these people who are coming in. Because right now there are 95 million fake accounts on Instagram, and I think influencers have to work harder to be able to weed out the not so, or the bots, or the not so impactful followers. That's another one that I think is a definite must. The third thing, like I said, and I mean, like I said earlier about the brand congruence. I mean, how many times have we heard Akshay Kumar speak against, tobacco and things like that? But still, he's ready to put his name on the Zarda, and because of the money element that is coming in, of course, his quotient is much higher than an influencer. He becomes a celebrity itself. But I think influencers should also be careful about something like this. The fourth point I'd like to mention is overexposure. Some of the influencers, especially in the lifestyle space, have overexposed themselves. I mean, you see them on a holiday every second day. So what are they actually attesting to? One holiday is as good as the other. There has to be a little demarcation in what they choose.
Right. Indu, your thoughts?
While I think most of it is already covered by my friends here, I would just say that if in one sentence I have to say, I would rather say that, unlike the popular belief, more is messier when it comes to influencer. Because more number of influencers make it tough for us to find out. More kind of measurement from CPM to CPC to CPV to the engagement. Nobody's really knows where to put the money and how to really figure it out. The demand for more is again the last problem maker, because as a brand I'm not happy to get only 10 voices. I want 100 voices, so somewhere the quality of the entire engagement goes down. So we have to tone this more down and bring it to the realistic numbers, and only then we will be having any kind of visibility out of what we are trying to do with this whole influencer engagement.
So, from what we've heard so far, it appears that not only are the influencers diluting their own brands or opening themselves up too much, it's also the brands who are willing to allow the influencers to do this kind of opening up, right? So, otherwise, why would, like Radhika mentioned, why would a real estate person go to a Viral Bhayani or an astrology person go to a Viral Bhayani, for example? So, if we were to take the whole ecosystem and the important players being the influencers, the brands, and the agencies, what is it that we expect from each of these stakeholders? One or two things that you would like to see change from each of these perspectives, these three stakeholders' point of view, to improve things as they were. Tushar, I'll go to you first with this question.
I think and one of the stakeholders that I'd like to sort of bring in here are the platforms themselves. I think there is a role that they have to play in educating all of the creators. I think there's a lot of competition in bringing creators onto specific platforms, keeping them exclusive. And that, of course, in turn is pitched as a business, something that they can monetize. But that level of education doesn't come in. So I'd like to see the platforms put in more time, effort in educating the creators on their respective platforms. It's not like it doesn't happen, but I think there's a need for a lot more, especially with newer platforms coming in. And from brands and influencers in particular, I think there is a lack of maturity that really needs to come in, both in terms of they need to start thinking about it as a business, and they need to have the infrastructure in place to deal with brands, to deal with frequent requests. I think that's one of the biggest challenges that is faced, especially when you're looking at micro influencers or nano influencers even. So those are things that I'd like to definitely see some changes coming in. From a regulator point of view, however, I think given the qualitative nature, I don't think too much regulation is going to be helpful in this space. Disclosure, I think, is one that should be implemented, but apart from that, it should be a little more open in the way that these transactions take place between brands and influencers.
Right. Uh, Tina, would you like to come in with your thoughts?
I certainly think agencies should step up the amount of due diligence that we do in terms of the following that an influencer has, and how has this been built up. And any agency worth their salt will definitely be able to tell you where an influencer suddenly spikes in followership and things, and what is the kind of content that goes well with the brand. I think that's one thing agencies can be fair and open about. Influencers on their end, well, there is a problem of plenty today for many brands coming to the same influencers. So I do feel that their offering should be pretty well packaged or thought through, because in the light of the fact that you're not giving us, ROIs of any sort, and we are likely to take that and magnify it ourselves, amplify it ourselves. I think there should be a little limit on some kind of cost, because some of the influencers I've approached, costs are exorbitant, and brands are not going to spend that kind of money for a platform that is, or a channel that is yet nascent in its reporting and things like that. In terms of brands, I think I touched upon it the last time. I definitely feel brands should give more freedom to the influencers to create the kind of content that works, because everybody comes with the tag of viral karna hai, when they work with influencers. Some openness there.
Jagna?
Yes, as Tushar also rightly pointed out, I think the here the key is not about the number of followers, or the number of people who subscribe to your this thing. I think the quality of the database is more important. And also, when it comes to the mid level and the micro influencers, they do not have as many resources at their disposal as much as a macro level or a celebrity influencer has. It could be financial resources, it could be legal resources, and otherwise. So the stakeholders, something consciously what they can do is give more resources, financial, legal, etc., for the influencer to be more confident if they want to engage with their brand or with their product. So this is something which I think.
Indu?
I would say that we have currently been using influencer marketing at a very base level, you know, and it's time that the whole ecosystem evolves and there are new things that are done. There is experimentation that happens, and it can only happen if both sides of the equation do try to work towards it. How about using, an influencer for listening rather than speaking? You know, why can't they be your eyes and ears on ground? Why they just have to tell your stories alone? Because there's a huge part of engagement that actually happens through the influencers. So that's an unexplored arena that we do. And there are a few others here, why not have ambassadors created out of this? I mean, I remember seeing one of the beauty brands using them as a face for their advertising campaigns as well. Why not have that kind of an experimentation? Why don't have we have social commerce opportunities, right? All of these influencers have their own platforms. So instead of just going by numbers, likes, views, if we as brands are not asking for more, we are also not pushing them to come back with a little more realistic and meaningful, solutions. Somewhere this whole love for numbers and more has to die. And if last I have to really say something, I would say that I currently belong to the technology B2B domain, and there is just so much which is happening in technology. It's ruling our lives in all ways, from artificial intelligence to machine learning. There is a metaverse that we are all knowing today. What is it that we can do with influencers through all of this? That would be the love of this art, I would say. That is what we should look forward to in the time to come, instead of just battling with this whole thing of if I'm putting a campaign, should there be 100 people, should they be further reaching 1,000 people, and how many of them are positive and negative? Let's twist the conversation and look at it differently.
Great. I'm glad you brought that up because as we are nearing the end of our session, my last question to all of you would be around the fact that, in the future, how do you see the influencer engagement ecosystem playing out? Whether you want to, list down some expectations, or you want to talk about some trends that you think are going to play out, or
Yeah.
something that you would want, to for the industry as a thought that you want to leave with all of us. Radhika, I'll start with you.
Yeah.
If you would like to just sort of talk about and a
Sure.
more mature ecosystem to be developed in.
Just I think couple of things. I think from the brand side, two things, and I think Tina pointed it out. It is a point that I had made as well. I thought I'll say that, but and I fully agree that brands have to give creative freedom to the influencers, because see, they have built a community. You are going after them because they have a certain sense of following. There is their personality that they bring to their social media pages. You have to let them thrive in that personality. When you give one, it's not one size kind of fit all approach that, okay, I'm going to use 10 influencers, this is my script, and I need all of you to do a rendition of that script. It's not going to work. So I think from brands side, they have to give the creative freedom. And secondly, I think brands need to build a stronger community, with the influencers. This one, I'll get one influencer to do one post for me, and I hope with that I get an ROI and I get sales and I get customers. It's not going to happen. Also because influencers are engaging with so many brands. So I just think that identification that brands need to do, and how do you build a stronger connect with the influencer that you are engaging with. And just to take a quick example, so Riya Kapoor is a fashion in that sense influencer. She's a producer, but now her whole personality is fashion, and she's styled her sister, put international designers on the Indian fashion scene. But here she started creating and curating content which was on her social media pages, which was food, which was not something that anyone expected. And there comes in an ice cream brand and collaborates with her. So suddenly everyone's wowed that, oh my God, I want to buy this ice cream because now I have seen this girl create food content which looks amazing. None of us have, of course, tasted that food, but it looks amazing. We hear people talk about it. So it's not that the brand came first. The content and her association with that field, which was very different from a field that she typically is associated with, a different field, and then a brand comes in. So I'm saying that a stronger connect needs to happen. And I feel in terms of influencers, they definitely, as Tushar also rightly pointed out, they need to put their community first. It's not about having, making a quick buck today. It's about the long term brand value that they are creating for themselves, because then they can really negotiate and ask for a price because there is no regulation. So they can really ask for whatever, but they need to put their community first. And build their own brands. I think that's important. And I think from PR, as in what we all need to do is, like everyone's mentioned multiple times over, like due diligence. Are we really reaching out to the right people? The influencers, that the universe of influencers that we are operating in, what is their reach? What is their engagement? I think that's what's important. Engagement has to be above reach, because it's not just the numbers, it's the conversion, it's the kind of engagement, the conversations that influencer is able to kind of pull in when they're engaging with your brand. I think that's important. So that's my two bit on it.
Any thoughts on what you would like to see happen in the industry, say 1 or 2 years down the line? The shape of the industry to appear about a couple of years down
I
the
would
line.
definitely, really, at a very personal level, want a more intelligent integration with influencers. Now this suddenly you see a lifestyle influencer is selling Harpic in such an obvious way that it is rather annoying as an end consumer. And we have actually had this kind of in your face marketing for very long, and the West does it very well. I was just talking to my team the other day, and so many years ago when Friends came, I'm a huge fan of that show, and there is a line where Joey says stupid gap on every corner. It's a Gap integration, but it's just done so phenomenally. It's not saying, oh, Gap and nice cotton and good shirt and see how nice I'm looking. I just feel like more intelligent collaborations need to happen in terms of how the script or the content is created. More intelligent. I hope to see more intelligent content coming out.
Wonderful. Javna, your thoughts on what the future should look like ideally?
I feel going forward, I would like to see a lot of collaboration, with the influencer community within themselves also. Just rather than being a one man or a one woman army, I would like to see if there are, a couple of more collaborations with the influencers, and then some kind of brand engagement happens. So this is what I would want to see going forward.
Great. Tina?
So I definitely want to say this. I think the influencer ecosystem is going to change like mad, because what is working better than influencer marketing today is user generated content, and it's giving brands a lot more return for their money in terms of reach and visibility and follower base. And I think see, the US is already onto it. There are lots of UGC studios that are creating realistic content for people. So these influencers may be micro, nano influencers, but their content is working wonders. We've just created a studio like that ourselves, and I think that is the content that people are really after. It converts 92 times more when you have someone realistically telling you, looks like you, speaks just like you, and is giving you word of mouth marketing. That's converting much better. So I do feel that's the future of using influencers. Thank you.
Great. Tushar, your comments?
I think I would just like to see more loyalty with brands. I think that's going to be key. And it may lead to situations where you have certain influencers going up against other influencers, all respectively loyal to their brands. But that's more reflective of the real world. And I think that will have better uptake with their respective audiences as well.
Great. Into your thoughts before we wrap up?
Yeah, well, I did say a few of them in my previous response, but if it's but one sentence, I would say that influencer management is certainly not surrogate advertising. Try using it for creating experiences, and that's how you will differentiate yourself and your brand. Otherwise, it will always be Me Too campaigns running across different brands. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for your input. So we leave you with some very, hopeful thoughts, shall I say. Influencers, stay true to your community. Don't dilute your brand. Brands give more leverage, more, power to your influencers who you decide to go with. Let them do their thing. There will be value to be gained in the long run. So over to you, Anubhuti. Thank you all panelists for joining us this afternoon. It was a wonderful discussion.
Thank you, Lavina, for
Thank
that
you,
wonderful
Lavina.
session. Thank you to all our panelists, Tina, Indu, Tushar, Jumana, and Radhika. The penultimate session for today focuses on what kind of influencer works for your brand. And joining this panel discussion are Archana Arora, Founder Director at Ants Digital; Harini Kukunur, Assistant General Manager for Communications at TVS Motor; Jasrita Dheer, Head of Marketing and Communications at Antara Senior Care; Manan Shah, Director Marketing for India and Southeast Asia at Truecaller; and Naina Agarwal Ahuja, Founder and COO at Talking Point Communications. Moderating this panel is Pradeep Vadwa, Founder and Principal at Critical Edge Consulting. Over to you, Pradeep.
Thanks, Anubhuti, and welcome to all the panelists.
Hi, Pradeep.
Hi, Harini. I don't see the other panelists. Are they there? Or is it? They aren't there, yes. All joining. Okay. So we'll just wait for the others to join in.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hi, Pradeep. Hi,
In the
Harini.
meantime, let me introduce the topic. Hi, Archana. Welcome.
Thank you.
Nano, micro, or macro? What kind of influencers work for your brand? So that's like a conundrum, because one has to choose one type of influencers over others, which is never an easy task. So while the others join in, I was just giving an overview. Manan, welcome. You are on mute.
Hi Pradeep. Hi everyone else.
Hi, Nana.
Hi.
So we are just waiting for Jasrita.
I'm here, Pradeep.
Hey, Jasrita, welcome. So without wasting any more time, thanks to all of you for joining. Let me just dive right in with First question to Harini. Harini, what has been your experience with nano, micro, and macro influencers, and how do you basically slot in terms of importance nano, micro, and macro influencers for your particular brand?
Yeah. Thank you, Pradeep. So I represent TVS Motor Company, from the two-wheeler side of the business. So our experience has been that, we started the whole influencer engagement from a PR side. We were one of the very early adopters. Say we started sometime in 2013-14 itself. So we have built this, a panel of evangelists or brand associates who have been with us for so long. So Pradeep, to answer your question, it is not one set of influencers that meets all our expectations. So and we do come with a set, set of products across range, and also products that compete against each other, probably in the same target audience, geographies, and probably the price point as well. So it is a whole set of influencers that we would be targeting at. So what has worked, it's a mix of everything. But largely, when it comes to certain kind of brands, it is the micro and nano that has given us a lot of results. If I have to give you an example, during the we just had this movement from BS4 to BS6. It was a regulatory change of emissions that happened way back in 2020. So right in the middle of COVID, and so that is when I think we really got into working with the nano and the micro set of influencers. So and it has really given us a lot of results. Why nano would really work is because of the kind of connect that they have with the audiences. While if you're looking at reach, yes, the macro would work, but then nano is where you will really have this impact, and it is the right set of audience that you are reaching it to. So that's been our experience, and we have had like multiple influencer led programs that we have done. What is very significant is mostly it has been completely editorial run. I'm not saying that there's absolutely no monies that I've spent, but then largely it is editorial driven. So one thing that has really worked for us, Pradeep, is building on this aspiration bit whole thing. So when you approach the nano influencers also, a lot of times they've not had an opportunity to say ride on a track, or at the effort at making them a better rider, all those things. So when we bring them onto our ambit, we get them to ride on the track, and we have a influencer program there also, which is called Young Media Racer Program. So we give them an opportunity to ride and learn the nuances of better being a better rider. So that really works for us, and that has helped us to kind of build an army or brand friends who have helped us, and and that's how I think we have been able to manage the entire program.
Thanks, Harini. That was quite an insightful speech from you. So moving on to Manan. Manan, the same question. I'm just repeating that for your benefit. What has been your experience with influencer marketing, and where do you slot nano, micro, and macro in terms of the importance? Which type of influencers work for you? So I'm going to be moving around the panel, and you will give each panelist around 3 minutes to answer this question, because we want to also move to other questions as well. So from the client side, this question, and then I'll move to Archana and Naina to ask another question. Over to you, Manan.
Thanks, Pradeep. So just a quick introduction. I head marketing for Truecaller in India and Southeast Asia now. Pradeep, honestly, we've had a sort of a love-hate relationship when it comes to influencer marketing. Sometimes it has helped us. Sometimes it's been like, why did I spend that money? And I'll tell you why. We've basically tried all formats and all sizes of influencers, micro, nano, all of them. And for different campaigns, they've worked. In some cases, they've not worked in some cases. And when I say not worked in some cases, what I mean is sometimes it's very difficult to educate certain influencers, especially being a tech brand, educating them on how to use that feature, or help them understand how that feature can, or what is the benefit of using that feature. Sometimes it becomes a little difficult. Also, they just have and this is something that's across all the three categories, but most difficult when you're working with macro influencers, because controlling the narrative sometimes becomes very difficult for us, because they want to do their thing, they want to maintain their own consistency and their own you know uh, their own way of talking about things, which is great, because you want to have that creative freedom and you want your content to look like what other things that they've done. But sometimes it becomes a little difficult, especially like I said, when it's a tech product. But honestly, like I said, it's all about getting the right narrative out, and also managing your expectations when you're working with different categories of influencers. uh, but yeah, I think there's a lot that this category has yet to do in terms of evolving and actually becoming a bigger segment for us to use in terms of marketing.
Yeah, I'll prod you a little bit more here. So you haven't really answered the question that which type of influencers work better for your brand.
For us, like I said, I think for certain campaigns, like we've done in the past, whether it's a Chota SMS campaign, which is a sort of a smart SMS feature that we've added. We worked with bigger influencers like the Jordanians, and results have been pretty great. But at the same time, certain other bigger influencers that we've worked with, we've had difficulties in terms of getting the message through with them, or even having great integration into their current narrative or the current styling for products like ours. So I think for what I've been mostly comfortable is with sort of micro influencers, not nano, because they give me a great reach, yet it is easier to work with them. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, absolutely, it does. Thank you so much. Moving to Jasrita. Jasrita, the same question, but with a twist. How do you see this, your type of field, which is, I don't know whether to call it CSR marketing or, social marketing, if I may call it. How does the world of influencer is different? How does it work differently for your type of industry?
Right. Thank you, Pradeep. So first off, I think, I represent Antara Senior Care, which is part of the Max Group. It's a $4 billion conglomerate which has interests in healthcare, in life insurance, and yes, we do have a CSR arm, which is a Max India Foundation. But, Antara Senior Care represents the senior living and the assisted care industry. So it is not CSR per se, right? Now, I think my segue into telling what sort of influencers work and what sort of influencer marketing works for this industry is right by how little understood this industry is, right? So, senior living is a niche industry. It's a very nascent industry in India. The concept of seniors choosing to have a lifestyle which is equivalent to even better than what they have had in like-minded communities is a fairly new concept to India, especially north of India and central India, and at a premium and at a price point that we operate. Coming to assisted care, assisted care is even further, if I could say, just taking about baby steps in the country, right? Because we are not, a mainstream player, because we do not have footprint all across the country, and because the industry itself is in its stages of infancy, therefore micro and nano influencers work for us, right? Mega is certainly not a fitment for us, and we haven't experimented so much with macro influencers. With micro and nano, we have had a very good experience because these are people who have good, sort of in-depth relationship with their audience. They have good engagement rates with the communities that they have, and therefore, both in terms of relevance or in terms of resonance with the brand, our experience has been very good with both nano and micro influencers.
Great. Thank you, Jasrita. Moving now to Archana. Archana, what kind of trends have you seen the last couple of years? Do brands want to move away from mega to micro or macro, or vice versa, or there is no change, it remains the same? And what type of trends in this influencer segment do you see?
No, I I certainly feel that it has been similar. I don't. It was always the trust was more. For some years, it has been more on the micro and the nano influences, and it continues to be so, for various reasons also. One being, this industry is not regulated. One of the panelists mentioned that this industry is still evolving, influencers, so to say, and there is no way one can really measure the effectiveness, so to say. There are so many questions on that itself, and plus the influencers, the very big influencers, the kind of monies that they ask, not many brands want to afford, and therefore they all want to experiment with the smaller ones. And I feel like there is an advantage to doing that also, because you get a separate set of audience with each influencer. You're not trying to sort of reach out to the same set of audience with one big influencer, where people are following celebrities for a different reason, and not really they do not. I think Jasrita mentioned that they do not have this connect, and possibly these smaller influencers have some sort of a connect and they also take their time to make that content, and they will post it on their story, and they will post it on their feed, and they will talk about it. They're willing to go that extra mile to talk about the association with a brand or something that they believe in, uh, a little more than what the deal would look like. Okay, this one post cost that much, whether or not it is giving you any result. So I feel like the trend has always been on the micro and the nano side, because you're able to reach a different audiences, even if you're talking about the same segment, but you're able to have different set of audiences being reached with different
Yeah.
influences.
Archana, do you see this trend becoming more and more in favor of micro and nano, or uh, in the future? How do you
100%,
see that?
100%. So I do feel like this industry itself is going great guns, and it is evolving, for the same reason that we were talking about so many ways of marketing, but the thing that we're talking about now is business to human. The whole bit of humanizing and the whole bit of connection building is becoming so much more important. So you want to reach out to your niche audiences, and you want to reach out to smaller groups, so to say. So I certain it's like you talk to what so many people with one kind of messaging, vis-a-vis you let the influencer, like Manan mentioned, that it is difficult to educate someone about a tech product, but once done, the way he is going to talk about the product, and the way his audiences, the influencers audience will connect with the influencers conversation, content, post, whatever, is going to be so much more different than the brand itself talking about it. So which is what we want to create, the evangelism bit that we want to carry forward, and therefore I feel like this trend will continue. It will become bigger. The only thing is that we need to bring a lot of regulation, a lot of measurement to what is being done. So brands are willing to put that money. They are willing to try out new influences, but as long as they are able to see genuine results. And I'm
putting a little reiteration on the word genuine, because we need to measure, we need to rule out, we need to use technology, we need to be able to have products which are able to figure out the right amount of following. And if I will also go ahead and say that following is not the thing to go after. But there are so many other ways to check out if the influencer is going to be really, really useful for the brand or not.
Sure. Thanks, Archana. Thank you. Over to you, Nana. Do you agree with what Archana said, or do you see any different types of trends?
So just a quick introduction. I run Talking Point Communications, which is an integrated communications house. So we have PR, digital, films, production, content, everything together. So, and I'm also on the other side. So I'm the trustee of an NGO called Heartcare Foundation of India. So I understand from both sides, right? As the part of the NGO, of course, we've used these tools, and as an agency, we've implemented those. So one thing that I feel is most important while engaging with influencers or going out digitally is the content that we are going out with, right? Irrespective of what influencer category we go after, if we are not using the right storytelling tools, if you're not using the right content, whether it's someone with a following base of 500 or it's 5 million, we're not going to have the right kind of impact. So I think what's most important is to iron out the strategy that says, okay, this is exactly what we're going out with. What is going to be the resonance of this with our audience? So again, even 10 people are important in today's day and age, right? And we've seen that over the past 2 years of the pandemic. Everything is word of mouth. So that's where the influence of your nano and your micro influencers is increasing much, much more, is because you're trusting, for instance, face masks, any of the COVID products. If someone was saying that they've used it and they've tried it, you would trust that much more than just reading about it. And we've seen this change over the years, right? Where just traditional PR was the demand to, films and content in innovative ways, something that is engaging, all of that is much more in demand. There is a significant shift to how much is going online and how much engagement is happening with influencers. We've had instances with clients where all kinds of influencers have been engaged. So for a brand like Sarva, which had Malaika Arora as a part of it, which had Jennifer Lopez as a part of it, their own network of mega influencers was so strong that any campaign that they used to do would go to 200 million people. So there it was just mega influencers versus we've seen over the years. I mean, 8 years ago, I remember doing this for Big Basket, and we were trying our luck, right? What kind of, where do we send our products, and what do we do, and who do we send it to? Versus now. So it's really about getting to the right message. It's really about engaging the right kind of influencers, which reach an audience which has a relevance to you, where we're targeting the right kind of people. There is definitely, I agree, a trend of an increasing value of nano and micro influencers. That's also because what we see in everyday life, we are believing what the other person is saying. So just convert what we are doing in real life to the digital world, and that's the increasing relevance of these people who are genuinely using a product, who are genuinely understanding and sharing their own experiences across.
Yeah, Pradeep, just to add, I would not rule out the usage of, very big influencers also, if the objective is so. If you really want to create that buzz about something really happening, a launch or something, a big thing that you want to really announce to the digital world, and you want people to really quickly take note of that, then of course these very, very big influencers do the job. But if your objective is different, right? Like if you're wanting to get into the consideration set of people, if you're trying to influence them to take certain action, whatever, then of course, and you're willing to work a little slower, right? But more consistently, then of course the smaller influences would work.
So just to give an
Good
example,
point, Archana. Guys, let's move further. I think there are several other questions. You will get a chance to speak again. So just summarizing this, I would say round one, all of you are winners. So what you have said overwhelming is in favor of nano and micro, and what you said is sharper segmentation. I'm just putting some short words: sharper segmentation, better personalization, and better impact. So that's this first round. All of you are winners, and as is micro and nano, our macro and nano influencers. So moving to something which Archana had mentioned, so it's about measurement. I think measurement is a very important thing, and we all sometimes grapple with it. Sometimes we are able to convince ourselves and our companies that it's all is well. Sometimes we struggle with that. So now, in terms of influencers, different types of influencers, because that's the topic that we are discussing. Manan, let me pose this question to you, and then I'll come to one or two more people with the same question. Is that does either measurement change or your yardstick change when you are using different types of influencers? That's part one of the question. Part two of the question is that I know that in terms of overall, I think impact, you guys have told me that you prefer certain type of influencers, but in terms of overall ROI, return on investment, do you feel that micro and nano are better ROI in terms of results?
Yeah, so Pradeep, what we've always experienced is that when you're working with macro, you really can't use a yardstick. You'll have to basically rely on let's see how it goes, because most of the times these guys are not going to listen to you on how they will project it or how they will do something. So in most such cases, you'll have to somewhere leave it to that. But yes, you can do certain amount of background work, like Archana mentioned. It's not about how many followers that they have, it's about the quality of engagement. And the first thing that I look at when we're looking at influencers to work with is the kind of comments that they get, not the number of likes that they get or views that they get or how many followers that they have. It's about the comment that they gave. And that's where another point that I think Jasita had mentioned was about the trust factor. And how much influence do they actually have, or are they just people who have a lot of following because they are a big name? And I think that's where the yardstick has to keep changing from different categories, because you can't use the same measurement or the same benchmarks with these different kinds of categories. So I think we're very conscious of that, on what to have our expectations set on when we are working with influencers. But yes, one thing that's common, like I said, is we always look at whether it's a nano, micro, macro, whatever quality or size of influencer. We always look for the quality of the comments that they get on their profile. And also, you have to obviously filter out which are actually genuine comments and which are just people that they know who are saying good things about them. One of the first things that I always look for is a comment that you'll see in most cases with influencers, and which is why I'm not such a big fan of influencer marketing, is one of the first primary comments that you'll see in most influencer cases is, how much did you get paid for this? And kitna paisa mila is the question where you really understand that people are aware. And I mean, I'm not saying people are dumb. It's fine, but it basically tells you how well they've integrated it, and that becomes the biggest measurement for me in terms of how great they are with integrating your product into their narrative. Whether you're working with a lifestyle influencer, whether you're working with a tech influencer like we do with a lot of people, that's one thing you have to obviously keep looking at, and that's what I meant by evolving, and that's how your measurement tools will also keep evolving, whether it's a yardstick or a milestick. You'll have to keep varying that according to how the current category is and what kind of an influencer and what kind of expectations you've set over there.
Good. I think a very valid point. So what you are saying is reach versus actual real influence.
Yeah,
So
real
that's
influence is what you need to measure, whether it's cloud score or whatever else you can find in terms of tools. But it's important to figure out that quality of reach also, and the quality of influence that they have also.
Jasrita is nodding her head vigorously, so let me move to Jasrita now. Jasrita, so now, what's your experience? What kind of measurement do you use in terms of different types of influencers? Is it the same? Do you use different yardsticks?
So, like I said, Pradeep, there are experience, because of who we are, has been largely with micro and nano influencers. Okay, very little with macro, and as I said, mega is just not a fitment for us, right?
Yeah.
And I totally agree with Manan there that your yardstick does not change from a micro to a nano influencer, right? You have to look at what is the quality of engagement, how well entrenched they are in their communities, and how much of a real influence that they have on people, right? And often you would see often that the more spread out thin that they are, which means the higher the reach, okay, the lower is the depth, because practically not possible for an individual to have both width and depth. It is not possible, right? So for us, if it is a toss up between reach and the quality of engagement, right, we always err in the favor of quality of engagement, right? And so far it has helped us well. And also, I'd like to say that all that counts in life can often not be counted, right? And this I say as somebody who's a big believer in data driven marketing and in measurement tools. All that counts cannot be counted. And I'll just cite a small example here. We had the dancing Dadi, Ravi Bala Sharma, which a lot of people might know of, visit our community in Dehradun, right? And she's a perfect example of somebody who's living up her silver years, right? She was a school teacher, she retired, nondescript life. And post 60, she started dancing, and she's got her reels, which are endorsed by Diljit Dosanjh and everyone, right? So she visited the community in Dehradun, completely relevant to the kind of lifestyle and the promise that Antara has. And there she shot a reel for the Jugnu challenge by Badshah and tagged us. And then Badshah sort of spoke about it on his Instagram page, saying, "This is what I have earned in life," right? So now, how do you want to measure it, right? I mean, this is not something that was part of the deliverables when it was signed with her. This is something which came on as a very nice, multiplier effect later. So I think the more you would spend time in going after who are the real influencers, what's the real influence they have on the communities, how relevant they are to your brand, how much would your audiences resonate with it, the measurement that thereafter becomes just a cakewalk.
So you just narrated the 3 R's: relevance, reach, and resonance. I think, yeah, good and beautiful example, Jasrita. Thanks for that. Now moving back to, I had cut, I think Archana and Naina, they were raring to go. So let me go back to Naina now. So Naina, in terms of, when you help the brands that you work with choose the influencers, how do you do that? What is the process that you guys follow to arrive at the right set of influencers? We've heard from both Manan and Jasrita, and earlier from Harini, as to how they are choosing and making those choices. But from an agency perspective, how do you do that?
So a couple of factors go into this, right? First, we see which category and which field the client is from. Then we shortlist the influencers. We do kind of figure out what is the budget, what is the impact that they're looking at. We've run both sides of the campaign, as mentioned. One organically from the brand, mostly with mega influencers and macro influencers, and on the other side, really focusing on a mix of nano, micro, macro, depending on what their goals is. So we work with a lot of startups, and again, they're at that stage where they need that kind of guidance coming from us as well. So we sit with them, we figure out what are the goals, we define those goals, and then we try and see, okay, this is where your real influence lies, right? And the 3 R's, as mentioned, are the most important, because if you're not really kind of going out to the relevant audience, if you don't have the influencer aligning with your brand product or the topic, it doesn't make sense. A person who has 1 million reach may not have the people who are actually your target at all. So that is the most important thing to first do, is figure out what is it that may have a virality factor, right? So what is the content, what is the budget, and what is the objective? Then to define who are those people who will be the vehicles of your message ahead, who will actually create that kind of relatability amongst the audience. So it's a mix of things, and I still again come back on the content part, right? like exactly what Jasita said, that it was the person, it was the connect, and then it eventually led to something which was not measurable, or which was not as a part of what was pre-decided, and it just happened. So we always have that scope of even a nano influencer's post going viral, right? That's the world we're living in today. So how do we create the right kind of, and no matter who we are engaging with, it's very important that that person is also a fit with our brand. Having someone who's posting 100 stories in the day where your product is just coming in as one snippet, just because they have a certain reach, is not going to get you anywhere. No, people will invariably just skip through a story or skip through that post. So it's important to balance it out. There are also spurts that we do. So we go out on particular days. So for instance, one of our clients, any day related to fine jewelry, we just kind of go all out and make a noise, because we want to do it around a certain segment of time. So the goal for that is different versus long term, where we're looking at multiple different people on an ongoing basis. And then once you work with those people, you know who's a fit for your brand, and then you continue working with them and exploring new ideas.
Okay, thanks, Nana. That was quite a comprehensive response. Manan, moving to you now, because you have in the past been quoted as saying that you want the ecosystem, especially the agencies, to play a much, I would say, deeper role as far as influencer management is concerned, where you spoke about the fact that choosing the influencer part is right. I think agencies do a good job of it, but you would want more work in terms of integration with what the brand stands for and what the influencer brings to the table. That integration sometimes falls apart, or there is more scope of improvement. So can you elaborate a bit on that?
Yeah, sure. Pradeep, what I meant and what I've always believed is that uh, influencers are creative people. Just like you have a copywriter or a graphic designer or an art director in your agency. These are people who are creators, right? They need to be handheld better. So currently, what I've seen in most cases is that influencer marketing agencies are able to get you influencers. They're able to identify which are the right influencers for you. They're able to crack a great deal with them also. But I don't think the buck stops over there. Their job is actually supposed to evolve into becoming you know handlers for these creators, helping the brand reach the influencer better, understanding how you can reduce the incidence of questions like how much did you get paid for this. And that's, I think, the responsibility of an agency, to manage that relationship, to give them feedback on the kind of creative or the content that they're making, so that the agency can give them perspective from a larger macro scope, because they are looking at social media and they're looking at many other influencers, and they're aware of what kind of content works. Somewhere, with nano and micro influencers, you need to have better talent management rather than just identifying and cracking a deal with them. uh, I think that's something that a lot of agencies have started doing, but I think there's a lot more that this category needs to evolve in, for brands to invest more heavily on this segment. I think right now that's one thing that I feel is really a work in progress, and that's where I feel that if you're able to guide these people better, uh, you know it's a win-win situation for all of us.
Good, thanks, Manan. Good point that you made is basically, brand integration and the influencer have to, they have to come closer to each other, understand each other
Yeah.
better, and that's the role that you want the agencies
I
to
mean,
play
there are so
better.
many, sorry, there are so many such examples where products can be beautifully integrated into whether it's an Instagram reel or Insta live or whatever else. I mean, there are so many beautiful ways of doing it. But hey, I have a message from my sponsor is probably the most you know stone age way of doing it. Or
Yeah, I think
the moment
it
people
defeats
are
the
able to
purpose completely.
when your conversation flow breaks because you want to integrate a brand or some message that the brand has, that's where you killed it, completely, and not in the nice way killed it, but I think that's the hand holding, that's the guidance that agencies need to give, as a value add to their clients.
Sure, sure. Let me shift gears and move to Harini. Harini, the auto industry influencer game has really exploded in the last decade or so. I remember, my agency days, maybe 12, 15 years ago, there used to be these corporate journalists and then those trade journalists who knew something or the other, some deep insights into what the car or the bike used to be. But then now it has become like, every person has become a YouTuber. There are like hundreds of these YouTubers who make videos every day and put it on YouTube. And then obviously there are the media, and then there are the other people who go deep into technology and everything. So how do you manage this plethora of influencers? And one question before you even answer that is, how many influencers do you really work with, in the sense that you may not be engaging into proactively, but how many people do you track as influencers for your brand, and how do you manage that?
Yeah, so like you mentioned, so we have like I mean, say the journalists who cover auto, and then the trade, which is like purely the print and online. Again, we have a mix, and then the third category, influencers, clearly. So I mean, it's a huge gamut actually. I mean, there's one launch of a product, and if it is a very tech heavy product or something, you have like I mean, even before we do the seeding outreach, there would be like like 100 of video that is already surfaced. So and from an outreach point of view, we do keep in, I mean, it's not like for every product everybody is a fit kind of thing. So but ongoing, we, like I mentioned, because we have that spread and like different avenues, if it is not really product related, or if there is something that we want to do on CSR, I mean, on sustainability or something like that, so we can try and engage in different spheres. So like like the gamut is huge, Pradeep, as in, I don't think I would want to put a number to it, like it's really this one. So yeah, I mean, the way the narrative also gets created is also very interesting, because one person would have gone and seen it, and he would have said that no, this is not what I want. I mean, why is it so expensive? This, they have not given this, they have not given that kind of thing. In such an instance, it becomes like a challenge to because then that is the narrative that it gets done. So that is why we need to I mean, we have to track everybody once we have engaged with them, because otherwise, like especially in the auto thing, I mean, otherwise your narrative just can go haywire. But the interesting thing is, like it's not just auto that we kind of try and engage. It's like a lot of other I mean, influencers also we engage with, say, food bloggers. I mean, depending on the product, and wherever the smart integrations can be done, we would engage with them as well. So I mean, the well, like Manan said, it can go anywhere, as long as you don't bring them to the track, and then that, like this is my what I wanted kind of thing. But yeah, the engagement wise, again, like I would say that it always is a mix that works for us. Like we use Mega also, and this one also. The kind of things we really look at when we are going further with the relation is also the what are the things they bring in also, like the very colloquial way of sometimes they addressing each of the products, saying that why it is a good fit for you. For example, they'll say that I mean, say probably if it is a hilly terrain, and they say that why is this product helping you, because it has like a, like where you can if you apply the brake, there is the reverse, the bike would not go this much, so it will help you to so I'm not saying that the macro influencers won't do it, but in the true flavor, when these guys do it,
Sure.
it really creates this one, and the kind of engagement like Manan mentioned, it will be amazing. Like they say that okay, fine, does it have an engine kill switch here? Like I mean, you would have all those things he would have mentioned, but again they will go back and engage that particular conversation, saying that yes, it is there and it doesn't there, or like,
Sorry, I
that
have to interrupt you now because we have, Anubhuti is pinging me. I have to just bring Archana once back. We heard Manan speak about what the expectations from the agencies are. Archana, I'm going to put you on spot and ask you what your expectations from the brands are.
So I mean, brands do, the brands that we've worked with have allowed. So of course there is an expectation which is, the objective, sort of, so to say, is given to us, and we've had the freedom to. Manan accepted that the agencies do a good job of out of choosing the influencers, and being in the being in the digital space where we also do so much measurement led work in so many other functions of digital. uh, we are a true yeah, fan of being able to measure something. We would definitely not go by the number of followers someone has. And I'm just trying to quickly, because Anubhuti is 3 minutes, I can see. We were, when we were doing these influencer thing with studs, we had a mandate to do only 2 influencers, but we would choose that influencer, and we would, when we signed a deal with them, an agreement, we said that we will have the right to look at the content and approve the content, and only when we approve that content were they allowed to really post. So I think that will address, Manan, your apprehension,
So,
whatever.
Archana, you are not supposed to respond to Manan.
I am
You're
just
supposed to
saying that,
tell what your
agencies can do
expectations
that.
from brands are.
Agencies, yeah, we as agencies can do that, and I feel like brands do give us the leeway when they sign up with agencies. I feel like we've always had that
So,
leverage.
so Archana is too much of a salesperson to say anything uh,
Against
strong
the brand.
against the brand. So I will cut you here. Okay, now summarizing. Basically, Nano from Tata didn't do well, but Nano and Micro are ruling the roost as far as influencers are concerned. It is quality over quantity, and it is about real influence over reach. So, if I have to summarize this discussion, that's what my takeaway is. Thank you so much for your time, and I think it's been a beautiful, wonderful discussion. I hope that everybody else has got the same feedback. Anubhuti is here. She's going to kick us out. Over to you, Anubhuti.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pradeep. A very, very engaging session indeed. Thank you, panelists, Archana, Harini, Jasrita, Manan, and Nena. Moving on to the last session for the day, which will focus around the authenticity of influencer engagement. Authentic versus perfect. Where is the trade-off? The panelists for this session are Amrit Raj, Director for Brand and Communications at Zetwork Manufacturing, Harjot Dhawan, Principal Consultant at First Partners, Michelle Francis, GM for Corporate Brand and Communications at Godrej Industries, Malvika Sinha, Senior VP and Technology Practice Lead at Rudafin India, and Rishi Seth, Founder and CEO at Evok. Moderating the panel is Garima Sharma, Principal Consultant at Archetype. Garima, all eyes and ears on you now.
Thank you so much, Anubhuti. Welcome up, everybody. We're waiting for the others to join in, Anubhuti, or do we get started? I think let's wait for another minute or so for the others to come in.
So we'll just give it a couple of seconds. They're all just backstage and joining in.
Sure. Thank you so much. Hi, Amrit. Welcome.
Hi. Are we live?
Hi, Rishi. I think we are waiting for Malvika and Michelle to come in as well. Hi, Michelle.
I'm there, Garima. Hi. Can you
Hi.
guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
Perfect.
All right, I think as Malvika joins in, let's set the context. We are the last panel of the day. There have been a lot of conversations that have happened on influencer marketing. As expected, large part of the conversation has been around digital influencers because that is the way to go, and getting the maximum eyeballs right now. But communication never has been devoid of influence. There have always been influencers, be it in the digital space, face of the or the physical um, place, be it experts, policymakers, media, and a whole gamut of people who influence brands' communications. But I think the question here is for all of us to stir the pot a little and talk about the authenticity of the entire process, more so in the current day and age, where reach, like, numbers, shares, and subscriptions are basically commanding and becoming a major yardstick for evaluating influence. The question essentially that we're going to address and largely talk about is perfection versus authenticity. So, first of all, are we as communicators, as custodians of communication for various brands that we represent, be it as a client or as a consulting firm, are we doing justice to the purpose and the ethic of communication, the fact checking that's imperative at the back end? Or are we only chasing affinity and love for the brand? And in this process, how are we trading off authenticity? So I think I'd like to open the panel for all of us to first discuss the entire the basic comparison between the two, the trade-off between authenticity versus perfection. Is there anything such as perfection in influencer engagement? So let's go ahead and speak to you first, Amrit. Your opening comments, especially from a point of view of mapping a brand as iconic as Royal Enfield, and because it was one of those cult brands that actually became the cult on back of authentic influencers, for sure. Digitization was still something that happened much later in the journey. What are your learnings? What is your take from an opening standpoint? And then we get to the rest of us.
Hi, thanks, Karima. Hi, everyone. I think I'll answer this question in two parts. First, like we all know that influencer marketing has exploded like anything. If you just go on social media right now, it's all full of all kinds of content which is there, and all kinds of influencers are there. The challenge that it proposes in front of brands and custodian of brands like us is that, do you want to be a part of that clutter? That's question one. And if you can't avoid it, how do you ensure that you have a niche or you have an identity? So I think that's a larger call that we as brand marketers need to take. And I've, like you mentioned about Royal Enfield, if I actually go back in time a little bit, Royal Enfield never thought that it would do influencer marketing. Royal Enfield was mostly an idea of taking your motorcycle out and perhaps going to Ladakh, or perhaps going to Bhutan or wherever you want to go. And they found more and more people who wanted to do that, and then they built a community around it. And those people who are a part of that community became their brand ambassadors. So if you just look at Royal Enfield's marketing budget, it's I mean, last I remember was 400 odd crore in a year. But where does that money go? Does it go in print ads or paying influencers to do campaigns online or on TV ads? No, they just spend it on people who matter. They build communities, they organize these rides like Himalayan Odyssey or Rider Mania, and they have very, very loyal customers. I think that's something which all of us, all the brands, need to look at. Not necessarily that solution will apply to all of us, but there have been several such examples. If you just forget Royal Enfield for some time and just think about what Red Bull does, it says it gives you wings. It doesn't say that it's the best energy drink. And it says it's selling an idea of giving you wings, and it does things around it. So clearly there are solutions which are there. And we need to kind of look at those solutions and see what's the best that comes and gets applied to our business.
Yeah, so I think that's interesting that there is this idea in which you invest. There is this like-mindedness that can act as a glue for the entire community, and if that is identified and done well, then the rest just follows. Moving on to you, Michelle, what are your thoughts on influencer engagement per se, and more so about perfection and versus authenticity? I think you're talking on mute.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So thank you very much, everyone. And I think authenticity is like that big buzzword right now. While we talk authenticity and then we want perfection, and that's where the paradox lies, right? So when you get into that bogged down completely into that whole analysis paralysis kind of a situation, I want my content to be authentic, yet I want my content to be perfect at the same time, right? So there you start reflecting on how I build that unique connection with my content and with my communication. And when you talk about unique connection, you're talking about you're talking about yourself, you're talking about the personal you to build that unique connection. And if it is personal, then completely it is imperfect. So if it's you, it is imperfect, right? And on social media, the only person that you would want to look like is you, the imperfect you, the honest you, the genuine you. And that's the challenge that I see, right? When brands try to dictate terms of how you need to look on social media, and that one size fits all kind of an approach, right? So I have a bunch, and I'll give you one example, and I think this is best, like Amrit said, that when you have a community of bikers and you're having like-minded people and you're building and you're growing that community for yourself, you have that captive audience, right? So I recently came across a snacking brand and a leading snacking brand who tapped the entire influencer community for one of their latest campaigns on their particular snacking brand, right? So they had your celeb influencers and they had the macro influencers. And since we tapped the influencer community closely, I happened to see that even the lighting and the frame setting, forget the script, even the lighting and the frame setting of all 40 influencers that they might have hired was same. So I'm saying that you want to be perfect. That might be a brand manager's dream come true, that mere brand messages deliver ho gaye and kya matlab influencer picked up the box like that and she did this and she did that. But the community at large is smart enough, right? So they can call this out and they can call it out very easily. Vis-a-vis a content piece where I am having a conversation about my child and I subtly plug in that same snacking brand in my child's tiffin, in my regular piece of content, and say, this is like a easy hack for me, I don't need to think so much of what to give her during snack time, and this is what I pack. And it's so well delivered, and we all know that that works well, subtle integrations work well. But sometimes we get into that whole in that whole state that I need to ensure my messages are delivered, I need to ensure that my brand messages are in place, and we forget the basic principle of what the influencer needs to communicate, right? She needs to relate to her audience. Recently, I had my agency giving me a recommendation of a script for an influencer for one of my financial brands. And they told me that one of my features of the brand is that you can design your EMI. And you're designing your EMI is as unique as putting a pizza toppings for yourself, right? Making a Subway burger, selecting what you want in your burger. That's how unique I want to position my brand. And the influencer called me up and said, Michelle, I know that your agency has briefed me, but they want me to make a sandwich. I don't even cook. That's when I realized that, look, my creative campaign might be great, right? And if I share that piece of social media post with a lovely creative post saying that as easy as making your own pizza, but that influencer made me realize that her community is not going to engage with that content. She doesn't cook. You're expecting her for your brand. She was smart enough to call it out and tell the brand, hey, hello, make me do something else, but not cooking, right? So there are many people who just do it from a transactional perspective. And that's where that authenticity versus perfect, I feel that whole balance is missed, right? So I always say, get your ABCs right. Be authentic, but yet have believable content. If your content is authentic and not believable, then it's a challenge.
Yeah, very interesting, because you talk about how personalization is important, and it cannot be a sanitized outcome that you're looking for. While sanitized outcomes can ensure perfection, but then they trade off authenticity. And
Yeah.
how often do these influencers have the equation or the ability or the courage to come to a brand and say that this doesn't work for me? So I think it's a two-way road. So later in the conversation, it'd be great to pick this up again and bring in point of views from everybody. Moving on to Malvika, what are your thoughts on opening thoughts on the subject?
I think if I just look at your question that you've asked us, there is no right answer, and pretty much like what Michelle also pointed out. I think it's a confusing space because there is no formula. From how I see it, influencer marketing should be very simple and it should be born out of advocacy. Like a brand has advocates, find them, reward them for loving your brand, and use them as a mouthpiece for your message. That's the simple way it should work, but obviously it's much more complex. And I'll tell you where the authenticity debate comes in, and we've touched upon that with Amrit and Michelle. Unfortunately, many brands today think they can shortcut trust. They pay people to promote things that they don't actually use or believe in. So while this influencer reached out to Michelle to say that I don't cook, but there are many who will just take it ahead and do it. And obviously the result is it feels fake, it feels inauthentic, which breeds a lot of distrust amongst customers. And I think the reality is that, and we all know it, that consumers just hate being sold a lie. The value of influencer marketing lies in the authenticity. And I think because of the distrust in advertising, which has grown because the audience is more discerning now, I think more importantly, finding the right influencer remains the biggest challenge. And the more and more brands that we work for today, a lot of them are doing a lot of trial and error to see what creates stickiness for their brand, because staying relevant is life or death in such a crowded market. And I think it's really integral to maintain relevance. If we choose the right influencer, we will have an authentic and real connection with our audience. And this is rare, but this is precious. And I think all of us as an industry, we should advise our clients on the authenticity of influencers more and more, instead of just riding on the wave that this is the trend, these are the number of followers, and we just go ahead. I think ensuring that we are working with genuine content creators so that we are able to establish more meaningful connections. It is important. I really feel that as an industry, we continue to protect influencers and not just ride on this wave. The trend of using influencers to promote at all costs should not be detrimental to the industry. That's what I feel. Diminishing the reputation of influencer marketing in its wake. And this is where we as industry peers need to take a stand, to stand together and strive for transparency and authenticity before we create irreversible damage. I think the future of the industry depends on that. I think
Great.
that's what, yeah.
Thank you for your views, Malvika. I think I completely agree with you. There is no shortcut to trust. And when and moving on to Rishi and Harjot, when we have to scale up, when there is scale involved in influencer engagement, and it's no hidden fact that there are commercials that are riding on this function. In wake of that, coming to you, Rishi, how would you look at that from a, because you're representing a consulting firm, right? There is multiple brands from different sectors that we are talking about here, and for a few, maybe a spot on influencer, which is a limited number for a limited period of time, might work, and they may have the ability to build that relationship over a period of time. But when you need scale and there are commercials involved, bringing that point of view, what would be your point of view on this entire piece? Is Rishi audible to everybody? He's not to me. Rishi, you're not audible.
No, he's not.
You're not on mute, but you're not audible. Let's go to Harjot and till Rishi fixes his piece, and then we come to.
Yeah, I have a slightly different approach to this entire topic because even the way we look at perfection, um, the normal viewpoint is that if somebody has a high number of followers, that's just perfect. That person is doing well in life and creating great content. That's the takeaway from that. And even the platforms are designed in a sense to show us trending conversations first, as opposed to maybe necessarily relevant content. So the irony of the situation here is that even the influencers per se, they tend to diversify their content in order to suit various audience types. And as the last panel was also discussing, micro influencers are therefore gaining momentum and are in huge demand right now because they are perceived as more authentic. You have a lower number of followers, but you're focusing on one niche topic and you take command of that topic. So I believe authenticity is really coming into light and gaining momentum, but there's still a long way to go. People really are questioning, how authentic can an influencer be if they're spread too thinly. So that I think is the right way to go, and maybe look at examples of influencers who've diversified their content and lost that engagement rate with the audiences. So engagement rate is a very, very good metric for talking about authenticity, because that shows that your audience, who whatever number that might be, that could be 500 or 5,000 or 50,000 people, but are they really engaging with your content? So that for me is the right approach.
Yeah, thank you for that point of view, Harjot. And I think that's something that is the beauty of digital engagement with influencers. The fact that we can track and the fact that we can evaluate impact. And while we may not, numbers may not dictate everything, but we cannot ignore them when they are in front of us. So Rishi is back with us. Rishi, your point of view.
Yes, so thank you very much. Sorry for the small technical issue. But my point of view about authenticity is that it is actually the bedrock of all communications, not just influencer marketing or influencers engagement. And it is also a precursor to perfection if we are looking for perfection in influencers marketing. And the reason I say that is essentially looking at it from a audience point of view. I think we, as communicators and as brand custodians, ought to give far more credit to the audiences who are way too smart to see and evaluate, whether a message is authentic enough, whether they are being shilled a product or a service, or whether it is genuinely organic and reflects the views of the influencer and is also in tune with the other content that they are used to seeing from the influencer. So, in fact, I was reading a research report from, I think it was from Google, which said that 70% of people said that they trust the voice or the opinion of an influencer as much or probably more than the advice or the opinion of their best friends. So with such heavy and high expectation from influencer opinions, I think as brand owners, as brand custodians, and as communicators, it is absolutely imperative for us to gun for authenticity, and I think that is really the precursor for creating the perfect or near perfect influencers campaign.
Thanks for that, Rishi. And now that we've had our opening thoughts and pretty much the context is set, if I may just because we are at it and because you represent a consulting firm where you're consulting various brands that may be in a very initial stage of their journey. While we all agree that authenticity is imperative, but coming back to the point that there are times that you have objectives, there are KPIs that you need to meet, there are call to actions that need to be taken care of, and there is money riding on it. In a scenario like that, do you think we as an industry or this as a tool, influencer engagement, is rewarding authenticity enough? Are we creating a conducive environment enough? Do you think, like Harjot mentioned, that there is need for evaluating engagement reach and ensuring all of that is in place. Do you think the environment right now is conducive enough to promote authenticity as much as it should be? Or in our desire to achieve the messages that we want to, we
Yeah.
trade it off at times, or we
Not at
succumb
all,
to the
actually.
pressure?
Yeah, not at all. Unfortunately, I think it's a matter of concern for me as a communicator. And in fact, I want to go back to what Michelle mentioned, that she saw some campaign where all 40 influencers had this exact same lighting and setting and the script. So the challenge is, and Garima, you also rightly mentioned that as marketers, we are often being pressured by the desire to show certain KPIs and show certain levels of engagement and impressions or reach, and that really forces our hand to compromise on authenticity. What I see it's more of a battle which is between strategy and tactical short term results. You might definitely get the short term results which would look good on your presentations, and it would possibly get you a maybe win you a certain award or so. But ultimately, and from the long term point of view, you are causing certain damage to your brand, and that's something that you should be very wary of. If you compromise on authenticity for too long and for way too much, I think as I started by saying that people are way too smart, and then we as marketers give them credit for. And what we also have to see is that I want to give you an example. I follow certain leading fashion influencers, and sometimes I do come across their promotional posts which look and feel so different from the regular content. And the problem is, on Instagram it takes just a flick of a thumb to scroll past a message which clearly looks like a promotional message. And once you are past that message, all of us are smart enough to recognize within a nanosecond whether this content is authentic or not. If not all of us, majority of us. And once that message goes past, that does two damages, because the Instagram will show to the marketer that so and so person has seen that whatever video or post, but I have not engaged with it. And on
Engaged
the
with it.
contrary,
Right.
if the brand came in my perspective, I probably am carrying a negative opinion because it is coming across as an inauthentic message. So I think fundamentally it's a fight between whether you want short-term results and are happy with your good charts and graphs on your presentation, or you want to build the brand patiently over a long term, and you want to preserve the sanctity of your brand's voice and authenticity when you are
Sure.
engaging with influencers.
Mm. Thank you so much for that point of view. While you were talking about it, and still, Michelle and Amrita, nodding to this point, and I'm sure there are enough tussles that one has with business leaders and teams internally. Bringing you in, Michelle, on this, and maybe then we can go to Amrit. What's been your experience of of really using this instrument or this tool per se, and when you have these conversations with business leaders where maybe certain KPIs and targets are critical, you cannot ignore them. At the end of the day, you're trying to make an impact. So how what are those conversations like? And with examples, if you can, talk about short-term gains and long-term impact. Michelle, you'll have to unmute yourself.
So I completely agree with Rishi on this whole piece where the community can call it out. It's a very slippery, soppy place to be in. They know there's like cognitive ag blocker in the minds of everyone who's navigating through social media, right? I know where I need to disconnect. I know where I need to engage. There's only that much you could handhold me onto your piece of content, right? When I have these conversations with my stakeholders internally, and what's worked well for us is very clearly in setting the whole process in place, right? So I think we should leave. Content creators are known to be great content creators, right? So let's leave the creativity part to them. And while I would want to deliver my message, I think you should give them that liberty to play around with your messaging. That's when you get unique, authentic pieces out with that whole, like Rishi said, right? When you scroll through them and you follow them regularly, suddenly you see a piece of content which is not completely in sync with what they usually talk about. That's when you call out, because that's not them. That's when brands are dictating the terms, right? So when content creators know to do their job well, and hats off, right? So I firmly believe, because we have our own brand pages, and all of us are running communities and pages of our own, and you know how difficult it is to engage with an audience, right? A friend will come and give you a thumbs up and like and share, but for communities to follow you and for people organically to follow you, they're doing something right out there, right? I it's way beyond, hey, hello guys, welcome back to my channel, right? If their audience is, and that's like the education that I need to do with my stakeholders. I sit them down and I have this conversation with them. You need to understand that there's a lot of effort that they are putting in to put that one piece of content. It's not about just putting a lipstick out there and saying this is the OTTD of my day and this is why I'm wearing this and this is how their community wants that piece of content. That's why they are putting it, and they're getting some great response on that. And then suddenly, if you want to put in your chicken brand out there, and you want to put in your financial brand out there, and you want to put, say, hey, my soap, then you need to figure out how you're communicating on that page, right? So you need to leave that creativity to them. And then the most important thing is that you need to respect the fact that they are engaging with the audience for a particular set of audience that is liking their format of content, right? So if you feel that that particular influencer is not sharing your values, right, this influencer is not good for my brand. Imagine I'm going with a fried food snack to an influencer who's always posting about health, and I have seen that on their page. She might have 1 million followers, but she's only posting her yoga videos, and then you're telling her to hold a pack of fried food snacks. You're going to be called out. Might get that numbers of likes, right, on her page, but is it creating that conversion ratio for you? Is it creating that? Look at her kind of followers. Her community is following her because of her niche. And what we usually do, and I always see that, you niche hop, right? So I say that this is my niche and this is what I want to stick to. We need to understand who we want to speak to, right? What is my target? Target. I keep telling all my stakeholders, target micro, less is more. Have a handful of people, but that consistency is very important. One influencer speaking 365 days about me is far more than that 1 million influencers speaking once about me, right? So how do I target my right influencer base? How I share the same value with her or with him, and then how I deliver my message effectively. Leave the creativity to her, leave the creativity to him. Let them deliver it in their style. Let that subtle integration be. The moment it is done by the brand team, it's going to be a branded piece of content. And there's a difference between a television commercial and a digital piece of content. So I think a lot is depending on us and how we educate our stakeholders and our brands and our marketeers. So what they need to do, and you need to draw that line somewhere. So once that clarity is there, then I think it's much more effective.
Yeah, so I think it's about identifying the right person, giving them the creative liberty to create and curate the way they want to, which, Amrit, is very similar to what we do in advertising versus PR, right? You've been a journalist for a long time, and fairly meritorious one at that. But when you as a journalist, there is this entire editorial bench. There is this training that you're giving. Influencers, most often than not, are people who are born out of thin air, right? Some of them are fairly credible, who worked on it. They've built their communities, like we said initially, on back of something that holds the whole community together. Where do we lie, as brand custodians, that you're giving away your brand to somebody to project it and create a creative rendition which may have their own personalized elements. So from that perspective, while we want to give that personalization, customization, and liberty to be authentic with what they're saying, but how do we build guardrails around it, and to ensure that what are the do's and don'ts? Are there any tips and tricks of doing that right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big question. I work for a very young brand. We are a 4-year-old startup, and this discussion happens every day. That what is it that we want to become? where do we want to go? And we are a B2B company, we are not a B2C company, so it becomes even more challenging. All kinds of pressure in terms of costs, what's the requirement for doing a campaign if you're a B2B company, just be seen at the right places, etc., etc. uh, but what I'm trying to say is that every brand has perhaps two practical purposes, right? One is that you create top of the funnel for your sales team, and which is where I think influencer marketing becomes very, very important. But perhaps something which is on a higher pedestal is whether while you're building that brand, whether you are able to create nostalgia or recall. I think all of us like kind of need to think about that. Um, you and I would still remember Daag Achhe Hain campaign, right? I mean, all of us have something or the other to be attached to. Either we growing up as kids, had gave our mothers like a run for their money, or our kids are giving the same treatment to us. But that campaign has stuck with us. Or you look at the फेविकॉल का जोड़ है टूटेगा नहीं, as compared to इंदिरानगर का गुंडा हूं मैं. So what I'm trying to say is that idea and messaging, both of them are very important. Influencer marketing can meet certain metrics, targets in the short term, but it won't kind of build a brand for myself. And I completely agree with Michelle. Even if you want to do an influencer marketing, you need to kind of identify the people that you want to be associated with, and put your bets on them for the long term. It's not a 3 months, 6 months, 1 year process. It's a very, very long term process. So yeah, I mean, as a brand custodian, we need to kind of take a call. What's the kind of brand that we want to build? And if there is a pressure from the management on pushing some metrics, and I know sometimes you just can't say no, but as much as you can, I think we should push back.
Right. Interesting. So this group for sure agrees to the fact that authenticity is where the entire game is. Perfection is something that you clearly aim to achieve, but is that something that we are really able to or not? And it's a journey that you make with the brand influencer then, because if you are in it for the long haul, then you will have to own up those mistakes also with this person and walk the talk with this person. Some campaigns might fly, some might not. Coming to you, Malvika, I'd like to get a perspective. Large part of this conversation has again drifted towards digital influencers, but the fact remains that the influence on a brand is not just of digital influencers or Instagrammers or the YouTube sensations who might be there for the short term. When the does the nature of communication and the purpose of communication command what influencers we must engage, and in engaging influencers beyond digital media, what's your view on that? What are the lenses or what are the guardrails that we should be aware of when we are engaging with influencers who may not have an immediate impact in the digital sphere?
I think each audience and platform has a very different role to play, and it is not about choosing one over the other. So I think purpose defined communication, and I think we have discussed that today, becomes most important. I think the audience, the message, and the platform, these three are the most important things. And what's common with all of them is authenticity. We've discussed people can see through gimmicks. We have an evolved audience. There is more access to information, and it doesn't really matter which platform you use. Just important to be authentic, honest, and sincere, be it a crisis or be it a brand campaign. That's what I think I am seeing. And when you talk about traditional and new age digital influencers, I think also PR and digital are not separate anymore. Communication is cutting through. Where how again what my observation is, where traditional influencers are still being used by a lot of brands because they still help build authenticity, the micro and nano pool of influencers are definitely leading the trend when it comes to driving narratives, creating pop culture, and driving engagement directly with the consumers. But on the other hand, I also feel that one of the biggest challenges of influencer marketing is that it eludes the traditional ROI metrics. That is why I think a lot of brands fall into the trap of one and done kind of Instagram campaigns that are a flash in the pan, with no real chance of actually moving the needle. And while we've discussed on what are the things that brands need to keep in mind while engaging, actually choosing the right influencer, which is what I touched upon before this, I think more and more, and I can't emphasize that enough, in my client interactions, in my interactions with the team, is that we can only emphasize more and more on helping brands and consulting brands on choosing the right person, choosing the right influencers, and using them to our benefit in a very authentic way.
Right. Thank you so much. You again touched upon the importance of ROI, and Harjot, from your digital experience, you are the go-to person in the consulting space for us to go back. And, every time a client asks us that, kitna milega out of this entire thing. So are there any best practices there? How is the measurement yardstick evolving? In the panels before us also, there was a lot of conversation on the need for standardizing, at least broadly standardizing, which actually poses a question to this entire customization and personalization approach that we are talking about. There is one school of that thought that talks about uh, you know um, counting the uncountable. In that sense, there is so much more that you get with an influencer if there is a personal connect and that there is customization. But at the end of the day, there needs to be some yardstick and standardization in the process. What are your views on it? How sophisticated is the whole tracking, evaluation, and measurement uh, uh, yeah process so far?
Very interesting question, because that's something I face almost every day. And what happens is that there are clients who are looking for numbers. There are influencers who don't want to share numbers, and you're kind of stuck in the middle, trying to justify the ROI. And then there's a whole hidden element, because there are certain numbers you can see on the face when you interact with an influencer, and there are certain things, obviously statistics, that only the influencer has access to. So that's a larger piece that happens with a relationship that's built over time with an influential person. So data definitely is very important when it comes to influencers. And it can be the filtering criteria, so to say, to begin with, before you even get into the interaction or the collaboration. The second layer is the facts of the matter. What is the influential person talking about vis-a-vis what is the brand message that I want to deliver? Does that really go in sync with this particular person? That's one of the more important things here. So, to take a couple of examples, which probably the audience will also relate to. If I were working with a food brand that needs to do a very hyper local kind of a campaign in, let's say, Delhi, and they want to engage influencers for promoting their products. Now, in this scenario, my go to approach would be to tell them to engage micro influencers and not go with the bigger celebrity kind of influencers. Because let's say somebody from West Delhi who's got 5,000 odd followers is more relevant to me, because the followers are also from that area, and they follow the content and hence will also relate to my products. And then I'll accordingly pick more micro influencers like that from different regions in Delhi. Coming to another example where there's, let's say, a bigger awareness push required, there my approach would be a little different. I would look at, let's say, one mega influencer, like a celebrity, and maybe, couple it up with a couple of micro influencers. Or ROI wise, what works really well is I engage with, let's say, 20 odd micro influencers instead of one celebrity. That gets me better ROI and probably the same amount of reach. So it's really, when it comes to the ROI, it's really about what are we going after at the end of the day. And with several influencers, you have the ability to reach out to wider audiences, different sets of audiences, and generate more sales also in the process. Then there's a different category of influencers, which are, your knowledge specialists or your domain specialists. They might not have a huge following, but their followers are relevant to me. And hence, when I engage with them, I might keep numbers aside for a second and, explain my cause or my topic to them. If it interests them, great. If they feel like they want to be associated with it, they would pick up the narrative and work on it. And I would leave it to them to take that up, deliver the message in their own tonality. So the approach really varies as per what is the action to be taken here.
Sure. So it's about thinking in advance and trying to put a matrix to the whole engagement and then following that depending on the customized need. We are now coming to the nearing the end, and about 30 seconds for each of us to quickly wrap this with one final word on the need for regulating this space, because authenticity or perfection, all of these things, if we are talking about all of that, then we're walking a tight rope there. Do you think this need, this space must be regulated? Yes or a no? And maybe just a one statement or two to qualify your answer. Let's go around the room. Amrit, let's start with you.
I think self-regulation is something which I would go with. I don't think there's a need to completely stop it or take it to another pedestal. But we need to be careful about how we use this phenomena.
Great. Michelle? Mute. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Sorry. So yeah, self-regulation is one piece, and I think we need to look beyond, like you were asking Malvika also, we need to look beyond the standard set of people who we are targeting. And when you get into this whole key opinion leadership space, and when you're getting into more credible partnership, like for one of our brands, for a kids brand, the logical extension is a mummy influencer. But one of my brand team partnered with a maternity photographer, a celebrity maternity photographer, and she did what I did with 25 mummy influencers. The kind of affiliate marketing I did with a celebrity mummy photographer was far better. So I think we need to figure out. Either we sit back and watch and see what's happening, or you ride onto this bus and
dive in and take
experiment
charge.
and learn on the go and expand your universe rather than just tapping the same set of people. It's all about just expanding, and you never know the power of one, right? Even an education expert can be an influencer in his own space. So it's just about experimenting with new people and getting credible people to talk on your behalf.
Sure, great. Malvika?
I think with so much money flooding into this largely unregulated, still developing market, all sorts of ethical lapses, are bound to happen, and we have all seen. In fact, they have it, and there are various examples for it. While yes, self-regulation is one, and I feel there is a strong need to regularly audit and monitor this general social media activity to highlight errors and provide time to both the brand advertisers and influencers for rectification. I just feel directly penalizing them will not serve the purpose, which is what
But there
happened.
needs to be check and balances in place.
Absolutely, there have to be guardrails for sure.
Sure. Rishi?
Yes, I am for regulation. I think regulation will work in two ways. One is it will, exert enough pressure on the influencers to do something really creative and authentic, rather than just weaving a brand or a product in their day-to-day creatives without disclosing that it is a paid post. Secondly, I think it's also in a way it plays to the advantage of all three stakeholders, the brands as well. Having the influencers disclose their affiliations. I think it's much more transparent. It's an opportunity for brands to be more transparent with their audiences,
Sure.
and for people, of course, it's always a there will always be some gullible people in the audience who believe everything that they read on WhatsApp, and they need to be told that look, this is a paid post. And
Sure. Yeah, great. Anubhuti is here, and I know we've overshot our time, but we'll quickly wrap with the word from Harjot, and then over to you, Anubhuti.
Okay, so I feel, this is a creative space, so I don't think there is a need for too much regulation here. But yes, there are monies flowing in, as Malika said. So, things like calling it a paid promotion, I think they are enough to kind of tell the gullible audience, like Rishi mentioned, that this is a paid engagement, and therefore they're driving the brand message, and it's not coming from their heart. So, but besides that or beyond that, I don't think there is really a need for regulation. The ASCII guidelines are pretty much, doing a good job of creating awareness to begin with. But when it comes to creating boundaries around the kind of, creativity that can flourish in this industry, I believe that that's not required at the moment.
All right. Thank you so much. Great discussion. Quickly recapping with a few thoughts that have come out. Personalization, need for creativity, not, cutting corners when it comes to really promoting brands and talking from the heart, and building that trust that's necessary, by not just focusing on short-term games, but a long-term equation, and community building is something that's going to take influencer marketing a long way. Thank you, everybody, for your time. Over to you, Anubhuti.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Garima. Thank you, all the panelists, Amrit, Harjot, Malvika, Michelle, and Rishi, for this wonderful discussion. On behalf of the entire organizing team, I would like to thank all the panelists, moderators, and you, the audience, for joining us today and making this conclave a success. Thank you to our partners, Clan Connect and Ants Digital, for their support. We will be back with more opportunities of learning and sharing. Follow Rep Today Mag on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram to stay updated. Praxis is scheduled from 5th to 7th of August at Hayat Regency in Chandigarh. We hope you have signed up for it. In case you haven't, head to bit.ly Praxis 2022 to sign up right away. We look forward to seeing you in Chandigarh. Have a great evening ahead. Thank you.